Hi everyone, my name's Kim and this is my cozy little corner of the world, and we are going to paint 8 beautiful things today. We're actually just going to finish. I think it's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, 8 small paintings. I know I said I was going to start something new today, but I got to get stuff done. And I keep having other tasks that I have to do outside of the stream, so y'all are just gonna have to we're gonna make this as exciting as possible as I finish these 8 tiny paintings. So, and Cupie, you subscribed for a second month for me. Thank you so much, Cupie. I really appreciate it. Yes, I cannot believe that that we've been here together that long. So I really appreciate it. For anybody who doesn't know, Cupie is my first subscriber ever, and now she is my first to renew in her subscription too. So thank you so much, Cupie. I really appreciate it. It always means a lot to me. So thank you very much for your support. Okay, we're just gonna get into it. So I have the 3 little paintings that we did from this series, 3 little ice cream paintings. We have this little marshmallow one that we finished on Saturday. Yes, eventful day. We're gonna try. My husband's like, you better make that white painting as exciting as you possibly can. So I'm here to make the white painting exciting and details. And we're gonna finish also these little ones, these little frosting swoops that we started. So we started, thank you so much, Cupie. I'm so happy to be here. I am very happy for you to be here too. And I adore the little emoji that you're putting there. So thank you very much. We started this little one on Saturday, and I didn't get a chance to finish it. And we also have these other frosting swoops. This one is mostly done, but it needed a little bit of extra work to it. This one is partly done, but definitely needed some extra work on that. And then we had these other little ones. So we're just gonna truck on through, and we're gonna be a little ambitious. We're gonna try to get them all done, because this is what I would do off stream. I probably won't get them all done, but I'm gonna try, because this is what I would do. I would take like a full day and just work on all the little details, clean up, signing the paintings, and so forth. So we're gonna do it together today. So I hope that we'll try to make it exciting. If anybody has any questions or conversation that you want to initiate, I will try to tell you some funny stories, because I'm going to try to make this as exciting as I can. So with my little marshmallow piece, I think we did really good on Saturday with this. And we started it Friday. We spent about 3 hours on it on Friday and 1 hour on it on Saturday. I just want to call it a study, so I'm just going to leave it as is. And so what I need to do is clean up the white background. And so usually, I'm going to hold this really close. I don't know if you'll be able to see it on here, but usually what happens is I get, a few little stray marks, and I always, even though the board is white, I try to make this look really clean and very professional, because I put all my pieces up for sale. And I can see I have a little tiny chipped corner up here. Sometimes that happens on my panels. And so, so I usually put anywhere between, I'm going to say an average of 3 coats of white on the background, just to clean things up. And so I do it 2 ways. Again, we're gonna try to make it exciting, right? I do it 2 ways. What I usually do is, first, I use liquid acrylic. So this is golden fluid acrylics, they call it. And fluid acrylics are a different viscosity, so they're a little bit runnier, but I do that because I can put them on with no medium. And when they dry, if I do that with no medium and no water, they will dry to an almost perfectly even sheen. And because I don't like to varnish my paintings, or I try not to put too much goop on them to coat them and seal them, I do usually put something over the actual painting itself, and sometimes that's just my regular acrylic medium. But I really don't want to put anything on the background. And the lesson that I have learned from that over the years is, because I use a white background, it inevitably, if I try to varnish it, if I try to put some heavy coating of something over it, it gets fuzz galore everywhere. And so I end up spending an entire day with a tiny piece of sandpaper trying to sand all the little fuzzy pieces out. And I've just learned it is not worth the headache to do that, for me anyway. So I'm going to just go in and I'm going to seal, or I'm going to just paint white, basically. It also makes it much easier. I mentioned before, I have a collector who contacted me not long ago and said, I have one of your paintings and I think a little bug landed on it. How do I fix it? And so it's very easy to fix because I have just white backgrounds with this kind of paint. So I'm able to tell people that you can try to wipe it off. You can try to even sand it off a little bit, but if you need to, you can just paint over it with a little bit of this on a tiny brush. So that is a very, I think, practical approach. I don't want my art to be insane for me or anyone else. So anyway, and Cupie, you are currently on a 20 stream streak. Are you really? That's nuts, Cupie. I think you've been here every day or almost every day. That's crazy. Thank you so much, Cupie. That means so much. And I really appreciate you resubscribing to me today. So it really does mean so much. So much to me that you enjoy being here and enough to subscribe and just to show up. I mean, that's a big deal. So what I do when I go in every day, it's every day. That's crazy. Thank you so much. I don't even know what to say about that. Nobody wants to spend every day with me, right? But Cupie does, so I really appreciate it. Elga, welcome back. It's so nice to see you here again. So I hope that you had a good day yesterday as well. So what I do when I paint backgrounds on something is I first go in with a very small brush and I go in and try to trim out just right up to the edge because my stuff's very detailed, right? Try to go in and trim up just this right edge part. That's a lot easier for me than trying to do the whole thing at once. So what I do is I'll go around the edge. I will let that dry and then I'll come back and usually like do the edge a second time and then I'll let that dry and then I'll come back and do the outside part and just again repeat as many times as I feel like I need to just get it to look nice and clean. This little corner up here, sometimes I will repair that with gesso. That's probably the safest way to do it. But today I'm just going to try to use my straight titanium white acrylic paint, and I'm just going to apply it with a little bit of finesse with my brush so that it helps to get the texture on there just to look a little bit right. And I'll have to do that a few times too. So anyway, so we're just going to go in. Again, I'm using liquid acrylic. Hi, Willow. It's so nice to see you back. How are you, Willow? We did finish your painting, your butter pecan request last week, Willow, and I'm not going to do that one today. I have the camera zoomed in, so we're only going to work on tiny ones today. But I'm so glad to see you back, Willow, and I will be showing that one again probably on Thursday. So, Cupie, today you are going to practice art on your face. Gonna take a shower and then attempt to do lash extensions for the first time. Good luck with that, Cupie. I learned, I'm so glad, Willow, glad that you're doing well. I learned that, in the beginning, I have just a very tiny bit of makeup on, just so I don't look completely, pasted out. But I tried to put mascara on Cupie, and then I found that by the end of it, I looked like Betty Davis. And had like mascara on the bottom of my eyes. So it didn't work out for me. So I don't do that anymore. And but good luck with your lash extensions. I don't think I've ever done that. Not even when I was in plays. All right, so I'm just gonna come in. We're gonna start, right? We're just gonna start. So I'm gonna take some of my just straight liquid acrylic. And I'm going to go in and just trim right around. I'm going to put my glasses down on my nose. Just going to trim right around my edge of everything to start. And what I like to do is we're going to work on a bunch of paintings today, cleaning them up, doing the details, fixing all the things that I started that I didn't get to finish. So those were some of the frosting studies. Elga says, I managed to come in early today because I'm skipping work. I already said it out loud, Elga. I apologize. Just don't tell anyone. So thank you so much for showing up, Elga. I appreciate it. And yes, we'll keep your secret, I think, from this point forward anyway. And Willow, it says, yeah, your account got suspended, but you're back. So I am glad. Anyway, so, okay, so we're just gonna go in, and again, I'm just gonna try, put my glasses down on my nose, to stay really close to the edges here, because I want a really, really clean look. Because you think when you see me paint in here, you know, I'm like, okay, painting, you know, I think we mostly finished this for the day, but I actually usually add 2 or 3 more hours on a piece, you know, depending on the size, to clean things up. And so what we're going to do today is we're going to work on all of these 8 pieces, and we're going to do them in tandem with each other, which is good because then, you know, I can let things dry in between. So this one, we'll just go around and do the first coat on this background. Some of these I have actually worked on already. So all these ice creams here, I do actually have them mostly done, but I did not, I just need to do a final check on all of them, and I need to sign off on them and, you know, just touch up any little details. So those ones hopefully won't be that bad. Elf Lash, I have not heard of that, which is a tubing mascara. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, that's an interesting process. I'll be curious to know how it goes. So, and you know, I keep my liquid acrylics in this little container, just like I do with my acrylic glazing medium. We also keep that in these little condiment containers. Hi, Cop. Welcome back. Nice to see you again, Cop. We're just finishing up a bunch of things that we started on the stream, Cop. So we're just going to do our best to knock them all out today, because they keep piling up on me, and I just need to make time to go in and tweak them. So I'm going to go in with, this is the thing, when I do this, just right up to the edge especially, I do keep my medium handy nearby, especially like around these softer edges, like this shadow that's being reflected here. And then I can kind of spread this paint out just a little bit and get that to look nice and clean. So I'm going to do the same thing actually right up here, right along this part of the shadow, which is a nice soft shadow, but I'm going to take a little bit of acrylic medium here and just kind of spread that out a little bit to try to soften that up. I'm gonna move this cup of water, which I almost dumped again, out of my way so that I do not do that. So we'll just do that, and that just softens that up a little bit. So this is the, you know, necessary part of cleaning things up and making sure that everything is ready for sale. Or for showcase or whatever it is that I do with them. But I just need to, you know, I'm very picky about the finished product. And like I said, you know, I've done many different things to finish them over the years, and this just seems to be the best process for me. So never asked, it's painting on, it's on painting board. It is. So this is called gesso board. And it is a masonite panel that is finished by them, and they are by a company called Ampersand. So I like the gesso boards. I also paint on birch panels, which are also finished with gesso, and those are typically made by a company called American Easel. So those would be my top choices. I have had panels custom made by some manufacturers in the past. But I try typically to use, I want all of my pieces to be pretty exceptional in terms of their quality. So I try to use really high quality materials. But thank you, Cop, for the question. The liquid acrylics I mentioned, they are, you know, I use them for very specific purposes. So I use the white a lot because I paint my backgrounds in the white, and that helps me to get a much more even surface than the heavy body acrylics would. I don't have to add any, I shouldn't actually add any water to them. If I use a little bit of medium to soften them up toward the edge, that's fine. but I want them to basically dry with a very even sheen because I don't like to varnish my pieces. So again, that's just my personal preference. Everybody has their own thing. I'm just gonna take a little bit of medium here. But this is me, you know, after many years of working through various ways of doing this. And this is what I find to be the easiest. So I'm gonna take a little bit of it. I mentioned that sometimes I will use like gesso, which is really what I should use, but titanium white's actually very, very close to that. So I'm gonna go ahead up here and just kind of dot this little corner, and we'll let that dry. And so I'll do that a few times. It will adequately seal that little dinged up corner. That just happens on boards when you have them shipped. They will inevitably get damaged. And so I've had, again, lots of practice fixing them over the years to make sure that I can still use them without always having to try to return things, which is a pain. It is a pain, especially if you have bigger panels that get shipped to you, to try to return them. So it's easier for me just to, you know, if I get something damaged, it's easier for me just to fix it than it is to try to return it. So that's what I try to do at this point. So again, just cleaning up these little edges as best I can. And then once we circle around this, we'll move on to a second painting, and we will let this one dry so that we can again come back to it a little bit later. I hate making returns. I never end up shipping them back. I know, right? Returns are really, really a pain for anything. I think they do that intentionally to try to deter returns on things. But yeah, I just try to avoid it. You know, I would say that I'll just say a very high percentage of my panels have come dinged up in the past, and sometimes I can request the manufacturer so I got just a little bit crazy there, you can see, and so I just need to take another brush very quickly with my acrylic medium, and I can wipe that right off before it dries, and then it will not mess up my painting. So I'm just going to do that, remove this, and wipe it off on my paper towel so that I don't mess up my painting. Janica, it's nice to see you. How are you today? Why do you keep painting the photo? I don't know, Janica. I'm a little nutty. So I appreciate that, though. Janica thinks that I keep painting the photo instead of the painting. So I appreciate the compliment. That's very, very kind. So we're just working on lots of backgrounds, lots of details, and all kinds of other, a couple other pieces where we started them on the stream, but just didn't finish them. We're just trying to knock them all out today because I have other stuff. I gotta move on, but the reality is that I really wanna get these things finished so that they're not weighing me down in the back of my mind. And so yeah, so sometimes this is just, you know, maybe it's not the most exciting part of things, but it is very necessary. That's an IG photo right there, is that right? Yeah, I probably should, right? I probably should take an Instagram photo. It's a variety show today, right? Yes, the painting too, but the process is also very beautiful. Thank you, Janica. I appreciate it. Yes, and I have a brand new palette. She noticed. That's like telling me, sometimes people don't notice, like when you get your hair cut or that you have a new shirt or whatever. But Janica noticed I have a new palette today, so I think that's awesome, actually. So yes, I should actually here. Oh, let me do it. I'm not gonna get probably a super great photo, but let me try. We'll try, because I do keep forgetting to photograph everything as I go, right? So we'll just try here. There we go. Okay. So anyway, thank you, Janica, for the reminder. Y'all are like my business team too, reminding me I need to do certain things. So I appreciate it very much. Yeah, I haven't been posting much to Instagram. My husband and I were talking about it this morning, and so I am going to start again, and we're going to just take a slightly different approach. But that will be good. That will be a good start. So I appreciate it. I'm going to just scoot this over just a little bit so that it's not bumping it. So again, we're just cleaning stuff up. But I am going to go back and finish those 2 extra frosting swoops that we started that we didn't quite finish. And yeah, so that will be toward the latter half, I'll say, of the stream, so that we can get the other things cleaned up first. And part of the reason why I do that in that order, by the way, is I wanted to, first off, have my palette not a mess when I started. So if I had started with all the colors everywhere, that would have been a lot harder for me to go in with a pure white and not make sure, because I wiped the excess paint off of my brush on here. And then second to that would be that I didn't want my brushes and my water to be super dirty going into painting again the white, because then I have to go change all my supplies. And so it's much easier if I start out with the white and try to knock some of that out first, and then go back to a few of the other things that I have to do. So what I'll probably do, sometimes I sign my paint. This is all kind of boring and tedious stuff here, but sometimes I sign my paintings out of order, right? With actually finishing them. There's no rule that says you have to do that in that order. So I will do the white. I'll probably go through and sign things if I can, if they're close to being done. And then I will go back and check on some of my details, or maybe do another pass of white around some of the close areas if I need to. So just gonna keep on going. But I will say that, I always think that my days off that I'm going to have, and they're not days off, they're just days off of Twitch. But I do think that I'm going to have time to do all of this stuff that I keep putting off. And I inevitably don't. So I did go ahead yesterday and I baked. As part of my tasks for yesterday. I baked about 4 dozen sugar cookies for Halloween, which I'm going to turn into 1 or more paintings. So I am not sure exactly, but we're going to do some pile paintings with the cookies. Yes, Jenica. So I baked cookies. I think that you've seen my other cookie pieces, but we're going to do something different. We're going to do a pile painting, again, of at least 1 pile of the cookies. So edge to edge, no white space on the board. So like an overhead view. And interesting note, actually, that just made me think of it. But back when I was in school, I used to, this was one thing that I did actually do that I thought was pretty inventive. And I don't know, I just really like doing it. I think maybe one time they tried to have us do something similar as an exercise, but we had this giant still life set up in the middle of the room. Sometimes there was a person in the setup, but I would try to imagine I was on the ceiling looking down over everything and draw it that way. And so I would draw it trying to figure out how far apart everything was spaced. And so it was like an aerial view. And I think I learned that there was actually I think there's a Da Vinci painting that's like that, or a drawing by Da Vinci that's sort of like that. But I really liked doing that, and that was kind of my thing. I didn't show any of those pieces, but that was kind of my thing that I liked. I don't know how much my teachers liked it, but I liked it. I thought it was cool. And so when I do the pile paintings, it's very much the same. So I pile everything up, I take photos from the overhead position, and then, it's a really interesting perspective, I think. So yes, we're going to do something bright and colorful and fun for the holidays. And I think that that's going to be really neat. Plus, I actually finished I don't want to say all of, but I said I was taking some online cookie decorating classes, and I finished most of those yesterday, at least from the most of the lessons, at least from the base course. So I signed up for several courses, and so I am really excited because even though I had, like some novice experience decorating cookies in the past, and I used those for some of my other pieces, this course was really, really good and very, very helpful. And so I have this professional setup now for all my cookie decorating. So Leonardo da Vinci created a revolutionary map. Is that what it is? The top down. Yeah. Perspective is remarkably similar to a modern satellite image. Yes. Methods involved using a compass and a pointer and other tools. Yes. Very cool, Janica. Copy paste. I was like, oh, she's really well informed. But yes, I appreciate you checking on that. Yes, I knew there was something like that it kind of initially made me think of that back in those days. But I really liked it. It's a really good exercise if you're trying to have spatial perception of how things are fitted together. So if you think, you can do that in your own living room, right? Or wherever it is that you work, in your studio or whatever, just like look where you are. Like right now I can see in front of me, there's various pieces of furniture. My piano is off in the distance. Just imagine what it would be if I was on the ceiling looking down on things. So yeah, very, very challenging to do that. Very, very challenging to do that, but a good exercise. And I think that is partly why I do like to occasionally do those pile paintings of various things. I've done pile paintings of, I think the first one that I ever did, which I thought was really cool, and I sold it for way too cheap, but I did a pile painting of my husband's Transformers and GoBot toys, which was really cool. It was just 12 by 12. It was very, very cool. And then I did another one of Care Bears, of my little Care Bears toys that I thought was very cool. I've done them of candy and Hostess cupcakes and strawberries. Hi Pran, welcome back. Yeah, they're probably on my Instagram, on like the older pages of my Instagram, Janica. Some of them might be on my website under the archived. I think I have like an archived photos or other photos section under my original paintings. So I'm not sure how many are in which place, but yes, I know that I did all of those. There was quite a few candy pieces. And the strawberries one I really did enjoy. That was a big one. So yeah, but I think you can find some of them maybe on my Instagram. Just want to make sure that I didn't miss anything here. I like to check, what did you say here, Jenica? I like to check up on things to learn. Earlier today, I pasted something from Wikipedia. Is that right? And was very impressed. Wow, you know so much and type so fast. You could just tell us that you're all a genius and you just, have a photographic memory of all of these things. Dives on the internet. So yes, there's a few painters that I really admire that are some of the great photorealists who did similar pile paintings or just big groups of objects. One of them is Audrey Flack. And from the 70s, she's one of the best known photorealist painters. So yeah, so I liked doing those as an experiment. They're a lot of fun, but I would say, most pile paintings are, I'll just say I like to do them really colorful. I like to do them really fun and colorful because that's really what I do, right? So I want to make things that are fun and colorful. And so that's why we're going to try cookies. We're going to try a pile of decorated Halloween sugar cookies. And I'm not sure exactly, I made three different shapes of cookies, and I designed little faces for all of them. And so we're going to give that a shot and just see how it goes. I did learn this very interesting trick though for anybody who wants to learn how to decorate sugar cookies, and I just thought this was really cool. And you know, sometimes you see something and you're like, wow, that's so straightforward. I really should have thought of that. So which one did you see? Oh, More Than Meets the Eye. There you go. That's the one, 12 by 12. Yeah, that's my husband's. I'll be honest, Janica, when I painted that one, I thought it was all Transformers, and I didn't realize that one of those figures was a GoBot at least. So so now I call it, well, in my mind, at least now I know that it's not just Transformers, it's GoBots as well. You want to play with the figures and then eat the cookies? Yes, I want everyone to feel like they want to eat my paintings, I suppose. I don't want you to actually eat them. That would not be good for you. But I do want you to feel that way. The Hostess one, if you can find that one, which might just be on my Instagram, that was a bunch of Hostess cupcakes still in their wrappers. That was really cool, and that was a lot of fun to work on that one. And then I remember I did a smaller one that was like the mini, well, I think I did a few of these. Yeah, I know I did a few of them. There's a few of them out there that are like just piles of candy bars, like the little candy bars, the little mini sizes. So those were fun as well. But yes, with the sugar cookies, I have jack-o'-lanterns. We're gonna give this a shot. I have all my frosting mixed up, all professional like now because I took that class. And so I'm gonna try to make the jack-o'-lanterns have recessed faces. So like the eyes, the nose, and the mouth. And the way that you do that, this is just such a nice little trick. Cupcake Celebration 2020, yeah, that was a fun one too. That was a fun one. That's a little different because it was kind of like from a front view, like at an angle, and then it had them like a little blurry in the background. But yeah, I did that again from real cupcakes that I bought at the grocery store. So that was a fun one though, Janica. I like the edge-to-edge ones. They're a lot of fun to do. They're a lot of fun to do. Hi, Girls Junior. Nice to see you. So yes, so I have on my table right now in the kitchen, I have about 4 dozen Halloween-themed sugar cookies. I have something like 6 or 7 bags of frosting, all professionally mixed, all made up. It's a vanishing point example. Yeah, that's true. It is, isn't it? Because everything does kind of recede back in there. And I am going to try, I did little designs for all of their little faces. Some of them are jack-o'-lanterns. I also made some ghosts and I made some black cats. So we're gonna see how it works out. I'm not sure which ones I'm gonna go for and which ones I'm not, but I did learn this really interesting trick. If you wanted to decorate just for your own, for Halloween cookies, for the jack-o'-lantern, you can take a swoop of dark frosting and put it down really thin on the cookie first, and then do your outlines over it to put the next layer of frosting raised up. So that'll be really great for me in terms of me painting things that look dimensional, because then it will look like the jack-o'-lantern's face is recessed. I don't know if that made much sense when I just described it there, but trust me, it's gonna be really cool looking in the end. So I'm just gonna flip this one more time. We're gonna try to just trim this in, and then we're gonna move on to one of these other pieces and let this dry a bit. So, a Living in Shapes AJ is here. Welcome in, AJ. It's so nice to see you. I hope that you've been having well, you had a good weekend, I guess. So, I lose track of the days. We're just trying to finish up a bunch of pieces, AJ, today. Trying to finish things up. Cupie, I think I missed a comment from you earlier. I read it like half and then the chat scrolled and I missed it. You sketch yourself sketching yourself in the chair top down and did much better than you guessed you would. Is that right? That's what you said. You were going to try that, right? You said that earlier in a comment. I apologize because I did miss that. It's interesting, right? I'm so glad to know that you did better than you guessed that you would. It's a good way to train your brain. Good way to train your brain. Think spatially. So Carl's Jr., you were on a how many stream streak? 5 stream streak. Thank you so much, Carl's Jr. I really appreciate it. I had a good weekend. Yes, AJ, I worked. I was here on Saturday, and then I did all my cookie stuff. I took my cookie classes and baked a bunch of cookies yesterday for the project that I'm going to start next. But for right now, we're just going to try to trim all these things out today and do some little details. So you're going to lurk while you eat dinner. Okay, Janica, thank you so much. No worries. I appreciate you being here. Enjoy your dinner, by the way. All right, so we're almost done with this. Again, all I've done right now is taken this tiny brush, trimmed around all of the area right close up to the details. I haven't done any of this background yet. So no, it's the same marshmallows, AJ. We're just cleaning them up. We're just cleaning them up. We finished them on Saturday. So we finished them, but I am working on painting all of the backgrounds, all of the tiny little details, cleaning them up, siding them. We have like 8 paintings we're going to try to get through today and try to get them all done. So so that I think is good for the moment. So we're just going to set that off to the side. Let's go ahead and start to just take a gander at my ice creams. These ones I did do, I did mostly paint a few coats on the backgrounds here, but I'm going to go in just with a tiny bit more detail right around the edge. Let me just see, because again, this is everything getting ready for you know, the ice creams I typically ship to my gallery, and so I'm just going to clean those up a little bit, and then we will go back to some of the frosting pieces after this. So we have 3 of these, right? I don't remember how many people were here for those, but 3 of these. Mo, I see that I'm not sure what you're writing there, Mo, but I appreciate it. I appreciate you being in. Hi to you too. So thank you, Mo. So yeah, so we're just gonna go, this one, I think all I really need to do, sometimes I will drive myself insane trying to get these to be like super, you know, impressive. But there is a point where you just kind of have to say, like, I think it's as good as humanly possible for the amount of time that you want to commit to something. And so I just want to clean this up just a tiny bit more. And then this will really be like, oh, you knew that, AJ, I apologize. I just want to clean this up a tiny bit more. And then this will be ready, hopefully, to sign off on. Sometimes I wish I had a fancier signature. I see artists who have like this really fancy signature. I just do KIMT. I think that's a little easier and it fits in a small space. I used to sign out my full name. I do try to make it maybe a tiny bit interesting because I do it with a large K and a large T and lower the I and the M. And I kind of think that it, you know, maybe looks a little bit, I don't know if I was thinking this when I did it, but a little bit like Gustav Klimt's signature, because it's KIMT. It's missing 1 letter. So anyway, I don't actually even know if that's really what his signature looks like. But I at least thought that the using of those letters might be, I don't know, a little cute, a little quirky, rather than just signing out my full name. But I see these people who spend a lot of time with these beautiful signatures. And at this point, I don't know if I should go back and create something like that. I think I am who I am. So thank you very much, AJ. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we're just going to try to get this little series of 3. I do have those other 2 larger ice creams sitting over here that also need to be trimmed out. But I'm not going to do those today. I don't think we'll have time if I try to do these other 8 little pieces. We were actually very efficient this month, though. We did try to get quite a few pieces done. And like I said, so the ice creams will go to my gallery. The other little pieces are mostly studies, and so those will usually go. Thanks so much, Pran. I appreciate that. The other pieces the studies will go on my website. But I just want to make sure that I get them all up to, you know, I think we're just gonna call it a day on that one. So we're gonna say this one is done. Again, I don't wanna drive myself insane, right? So we're gonna say that one's done. We'll try to do this one next. And I did wanna point this out. I didn't actually do it there, but I'm gonna show you. I showed this once on the stream the other day. Trimming ice cream sounds funny, I know. I showed this the other day, but this is called tack cloth. And tack cloth is essentially something that you pick up at the hardware store. Thanks so much, Carl's Jr. I appreciate it. And so when I'm going in to paint backgrounds, or even if I'm just having like a day or two in between sessions, you know, there's going to be like a little bit of dust that settles on your piece. So this is, if I don't want to rub really hard with this, but I do take a little bit and just kind of gently go over the painting like this, and just clean it up, and it will pick up all those stray little pieces of dust, and then I just keep it in a Ziploc bag. So that's called tack cloth. That was something that I discovered, again, many years ago, and it really helps me just to keep things, going. I'm putting AJ to sleep. I know, AJ, I'm trying to keep the background painting as exciting as possible, so we're just gonna have to tell some stories, right? I don't know how to do that, but I got to get stuff done. So yeah, anyway, I learned that years ago. I picked up a lot of things just along the way from being at various, you know, some things I learned from other artists when I would talk to them at the magazine. That was always very helpful. Some things I learned when I would go to little shows that I was trying to do at the time, like little, you know, weekend events that were local to me. I would learn from other artists there. So I think that's one of the things that I learned from one of those local artists there. Oh, it's late for you. Well, I need to still try to make this more exciting. I know, AJ, I'm not sure exactly where you are, but you're somewhere in Europe, right? Or no, you're in Lithuania. Are you in Lithuania? So yes, but I guess that is still Europe. But anyway, yes. Yeah, I thought so. So what time is it where you are, AJ? Great. So again, we're just trimming this out one more time, right around the edge. And again, the rest of this I did paint, I think 3 coats of white on the background here. So on here, but we'll just trim this out one more time, and then I think we'll call it a day on the ice creams. And so once they dry completely, I will sign off on them, and so you'll see me put my little signature on there. Almost 10:20. Well, we appreciate you being here, AJ. So that's late for you to tune into little old me. So thank you so much for being here today. All right. It just makes the difference to spend a little bit of extra time. It doesn't even have to be a lot of extra time. Just spend a little bit of extra time, just making sure everything looks just so. I have to say, you know, like I'm a little bit obsessive. That's right, Cupie. I'm a little bit obsessive sometimes, at least I have been in the past, where I would like, if I didn't do something enough at the end, if I didn't put that little bit of extra time in, I would ship it to someone and I would worry. I would worry so bad. I'd be like, oh my gosh, I think I forgot to hit that tiny little 1/8 of an inch spot that I meant to hit. And the truth is nobody ever cared, but I care. I want to make my paintings exceptionally good. And so I try to just take a little bit of extra time to get them up to that level. Just a little bit. I know somebody in here had asked me before, you know, like, I think it was Jake, like, when is a painting done? And the truth is that I struggle with that all the time. But you just have to find a balance. I have to find a balance between, like, what's reasonable and what is, you know, the most value for my time. And so I just try not to, but my general rule is I just try not to drive myself crazy. And I think I'm sort of at a point now where I kind of know how much time things are going to take me. And I just simply try to be a little bit more efficient. Again, being on Twitch makes me surprisingly efficient. I don't know why. Your biggest struggle, honestly, I understand, Cupie, because it's very, very easy, like I've said before, to like beat a painting to death or a drawing to death. You don't want to do that. You want to just be able to get it to a point where where it looks beautiful. If you're going for realism, where it looks, very real, convincingly real, but where it still has like a spark of movement and life in it. So you don't want it to look too, what do I want to say? You just don't want it to look too deadened. You don't want it to look too deadened. And I think that is part of what happens to a lot of people, is they overdo it so that they try to get all the little details in, and it falls flat because it doesn't have like life in it anymore. I will say that is, if you saw me paint like the cones and the ice cream, especially on the bigger ones, but I did it on these too, and I do it on all of my pieces to some extent. If you saw me paint with that little stippling motion, I think that kind of naturally imbues the painting with some life and some movement, where it almost looks like it's pulsating a little bit. And so I think that is a good way to for me to get some life into a still life. So I work my art to paper death. I understand. I do understand. Yeah, I don't know. It is, especially at the beginning, it's very hard to get something to look like it's, it has life in it. Again, this is a still life. I think that I try to get them to almost look maybe slightly with an anthropomorphic quality. That means giving life to an inanimate object. But yeah, so I'm going to scoot this one over, and I'm going to say that I made a mistake on this one. I can see right down here. And so I need to go in and actually paint this. You end up second guessing yourself too much. Yeah, I understand. And that's, again, more of a struggle, especially, or I don't want to even say that. It's a struggle. It's always going to be a struggle, Cupie. I don't want to say like it gets like that much better. Maybe it gets some better, but second guessing yourself is always a struggle. But yeah, having some kind of life. That's why I like drawings. I want to see all the layers. That's my personal position. I want to see all the layers of paint, or all the layers of whatever medium you're using in a drawing, in a painting. I like that. That's my personal thing. That's why I try to do that with my paintings. But I can see down here, this is probably just where this was positioned on my board. I'm going to turn it so that you guys can see it a little bit better, but I missed a spot. Right there. So I need to go in. I probably need to actually pull this up on my phone so that I make sure that I'm doing the right thing. So just give me just a second here to make sure that I pull up the right reference image, because this is a ways back. I've been photographing lots of stuff for new pieces. Okay, so here we go. Oh, I see what it was. I get it. All right, yeah, so I need to come back in here just a little bit and work on that, but I'm gonna leave that. Because, as I said, hi Solar, it's nice to see you. I'm gonna leave that because, as I said, I don't want to muddle up my paint with other colors right now. So I'm just gonna set this off to the side and keep it in mind that I need to come back to that at the end. And I'm just gonna go ahead and do what I did to the other ones right now. I'm just gonna trim this out. I'm also gonna cover up my medium for right now, just to keep it a little bit dry for a while longer. I can also see there's a little bump right here. So there's a couple things on this piece that I'm gonna need to fix. So I'm gonna have to come back to that. So right here and right here, those are the things that I can see that I need to fix, that jump off the page to me. off the panel to me. And so I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna trim this out, let it dry. I'm gonna do all the other white that I have planned out for today, and then come back and do that like at the time that I'm working on the other frosting swoops. So that will be the most practical way for me to do that. Okay. So yeah, it seems, you know, when I have a big group of paintings, that is, which we do today, when I have a big group of paintings that I need to finish out, it makes more sense for me to kind of work in a production line type of way, and just do the same thing to each painting, like this white, you know, trimming out the white, than it does to work on each individual painting and finish it, if that makes sense. So that's, again, just my personal choice. But I find that that's easier for me because I don't muddy up my paint water. I get to, you know, just continue using one brush. And also my mindset is in the same place. It's very hard, even though it might not sound like it. It's actually very hard to shift between different tasks when I'm painting. So painting backgrounds is a different mindset than painting actual representational stuff. So I, again, just would rather go through and do this first and then come back when I'm in a better mindset to do details among all of the paintings and try to do it that way. I don't want to put too much paint on my brush, right? So sometimes you'll see, like, I've still been putting paint all over my palette. I could wipe it off in the little cup that I'm pulling the liquid paint from, but I don't think that that's quite as natural for me to do. So you just have to do whatever is natural for you. This is the process that I feel is better. And I just don't want to put too much paint on here because I do still want all of my paintings to end up being very, very flat. I don't like texture, right? So everything's very, very flat. And so if I were to go in and put a big glop of paint, and sometimes that happens. I'm not going to say that all my paintings are 100% flat, but I don't want it, I prefer that it not dry that way. And so I'd rather go in with just a tiny little bit. I also try to keep in mind that the paint itself, the acrylic, you know, it has water in it, right? So some of it will evaporate as it dries and as it cures. And so I might have a tiny bit of texture in here right now, but it will go away as it dries. So again, we're just gonna trim this out just a little bit. But keep in mind, you know, again, I try to get really clean white backgrounds. So I have like 3 coats of paint on this already. This is just my final pass on this. And I'm just gonna come right in here. But yeah, I think because I didn't put quite as much time into this one as I did to the other 2 little ice creams that we just showed, I do have a bit of detail work that I need to come back to do after this dries today. So we'll just jump over to the other things, work on those, let those dry, and then we'll bounce back to this one at the later part of the stream. But it's kind of neat to see all of these pieces or work on all of these pieces in one day on here because we've been working on them together. These are all pieces we did on the stream, right? I didn't really do any of these off stream, I don't think. And with the exception of putting like a coat or 2 of the white background. So, you know, not so bad. Not so bad. So we'll just trim that out just a tiny little bit. Okay. So I think that's pretty clean. We're gonna call that one okay for now, but something that we need to return to, right? So I'm going to go ahead and switch again. We're moving right along though. We're doing pretty good. I don't want to put this is just a trick, just a very random thing, but I don't want to put my wet paintings, if I can avoid it, right down on this lovely orange bench that I have, because it might not be a big deal down here, but I'll just move my palette for a moment so you can see. This lovely orange bench that's over here was actually my grandma's, and it was in her basement for years when I was a kid. And I really loved it. I actually have a couple pieces of her orange furniture from like the 60s, and a little table that matched the pieces as well. So what I do is, or what I'm trying to do is, put it on this little sheet of glassine paper that I have over here. Glassine paper is something that you can wrap paintings in so that it doesn't stick to them. And so I'm just trying to prevent me from getting paint on the little bench over here. It's not like it's in the best of shape, but it's, you know, I don't want to damage it if I can. All right, so we did this little piece. Again, I painted most of this. This was just a study, so I don't want to go back and like, you know, work on this one too much more. But I can see that I have a few spots where the white needs to be, I did paint layers of white on this background too, and where it needs to be a little bit blurred out. So I'm just gonna, again, put my glasses down on my nose and just kind of go in and go right around some of those little shadow areas, and then bring a little bit of medium into it and just try to clean it up a little bit. And then this one will be ready to sign off on, and I will again put all of these little frosting studies we're going to try to finish up today. We have four I think in all. Yeah, 4 here, 2 pink ones, a blue one, and an orange one. This one is the one we started on Saturday, and we did not get to finish that yet. And so we'll try to finish all of those up, and then I will put them all up on my website along with the marshmallow piece. Sometimes putting a little bit of white mixed with the glazing medium just helps right over some of these areas. If I just go right over the edge, it actually just softens the color that's there. And so sometimes white acts as a way for me to, how do I say it? Where I don't have to actually mix a new color. I just have to kind of create an overlap of a transition that softens it just a little bit. I don't know, white serves a lot of purposes for me. So yeah, there's lots of ways to make things have the illusion of whatever it is that you're looking for by using tricks like, you know, using white with a glazing medium. Just gonna go in there. But again, I have tonight, I hope, after the stream, I'm gonna take all that frosting and all those cookies that I have on the table in my kitchen dining area, and I'm gonna decorate. And we're gonna try something new after that. So I am excited for that because I think it'll be very bright and colorful and fun, and something really nice for Halloween. And by the way, I'm not going to make anything spooky because I like cutesy Halloween stuff. And I did tell this story, I think, one other time in here, but I will share it again, that one of my favorite things from Halloween, we had a very odd way to celebrate Halloween in my little hometown, which was we did it, and they still do it this way, but only on Saturday. Only on the Saturday that's nearest to Halloween, like preceding Halloween. And so you love cutesy Halloween. I'm glad, Carl's Jr. That's what we're going to aim for, cutesy Halloween. Yeah, so my town's Halloween was typically on the Saturday. It was always on the Saturday before Halloween. And that was when we would have our big parade downtown, and all the kids got to march in the parade and get judged. And then you would go through the fire department and you would get a 50-cent piece and a cookie and an orange drink. And then you would go on your way and do all of the trick-or-treating. So we did it all sequentially through town in the middle of the day, not at night. And so I used to make my own costumes a lot of years. I did all kinds of creative things. But one of my favorite memories, which I think that I mentioned in here, is that, this was back in the day when like everything was relatively safe to go to people's houses. We were all going to the same houses, just in one big line. And there was this one elderly woman who was a cookie baker. I know Cupie knows this story. I know I did tell it actually to her, but this woman was a cute cookie decorator or cookie baker. And so she would, for her treat that she gave out to people, actually set up a big table on her front porch. And when you went to her house for trick-or-treating, there were cookies and all the things that you could decorate the cookies with. And so that was your treat there. You got to go through and have your own cookie decorating station to go ahead and decorate your cookie for Halloween. And then you got a little bag to take it home in. And I just thought that was like the most adorable thing. So yeah, that's what I keep in mind actually now when I'm going to do this Halloween cookie. Yeah, right, Carl's Jr. This Halloween cookie project, just kind of that feeling of, of the joy that I got from going to that woman's house for trick-or-treating. So I thought that was really neat that she did that back in those days. And, I hope that she somewhere knows that was impactful for me, and I hope for a lot of other kids too, just to have that kind of, specialness to it. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun to do that. Just such a neat thing. I think that, part of me wanting to do like the cookies is, everybody, or not everybody, but lots of people like to decorate cookies, right? It's a nice creative outlet. So I want to try to recognize that as an actual art form that is something to be, admired, respected, brings joy into the world. Like, let's just elevate it, right? And make something happy. My art is always happy. My art should be always happy. All right, so I think this one is dry, or excuse me, painted, not dry. So we're going to set this one aside. We're just moving right along here. Let me just get that right on there. Again, so that I don't get any paint on there. I'm going to go ahead and do it to this one too, although we do need to actually work on this one a little bit, but we're still going to go ahead with it. We are moving right along though. We're only an hour in and we're doing pretty good. So I need to go in and just clean up again some of these edges, but this one is going to need a little bit more work. We didn't actually finish this one on the stream the other day when we were doing it. And so it was close. It's closer than the other pink one that I was doing. But I definitely want to go in and just do a little bit more. So do you mind, I'm going to pose a question, right, for Halloween, since I'm on that topic anyway. What is your favorite Halloween memory? Your favorite costume that you made? Your favorite event that your town had? What is your favorite thing? I can tell you about all the costumes that I made. I made costumes all the way up through like high school, except for one year. I think it was my junior year, maybe, that I actually wore my grandfather's World War II uniform. He was really skinny, and so was I back in those days. Not super skinny, but I was skinny enough to wear his uniform. And so he let me do that. But outside of that, I always made my costumes And so I made a giant Big Bird costume out of a box covered with yellow tissue paper and a big tube with a ball on top that I also covered with tissue paper and made a beak and put some yellow rubber gloves on. And so I went all out. So I made Big Bird. I think that was in like late elementary school. I made paper mache heads of Fievel from An American Tail, if anybody remembers Fievel. And I made my sister one of, I believe her name was Babs Bunny from Tiny Toon Adventures. I made her a big paper mache head of that covered with felt. And what else? When I was younger, we used to do things in groups. So my mom would help with the costumes, and I know we did The Wizard of Oz with some of the neighbor kids at one point, where I was Dorothy, and then everybody else was dressed up like all the rest of the characters. I believe we even had one of the younger kids play Toto. I know I was Mother Goose one year, and I did tend to play old ladies. I don't know why. I guess because if I had a deeper voice, I always had a deeper voice. But I would love to know if anybody else has any costumes that you ever made or things that you did for your Halloween celebrations. Some tradition that you keep up now, or something new that you like to do every year that you never did before when you were a kid. Because that's always actually really interesting too. You know, like my husband and I have different traditions that we developed for ourselves that neither of us had when we were kids for various holidays. So that's always nice. But I always liked, you know, I always was a little confused actually, and my husband tells me that I was the one in the weird place, but I was always confused how people went trick-or-treating at night, because I was like, but then you can't see the costumes. You can't see the costumes and you can't see the decorations. What fun is that? So I guess I'm kind of a oddball in that perspective. And I know I used to watch The Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. I haven't really watched that in a few years, but we used to watch that every year. It's The Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. I actually just watched, maybe a year or two ago, a Garfield special that my husband had known, and we watched that, so that was cute. The town next to yours did Halloween Town every year. They did it in the summer camp, and all the cabins were turned into different houses, from kid-friendly to full haunted houses, lots of candy and activities. It was the best. That sounds so cute. That sounds so cute. I love that, Cupie. I love that. I really enjoy seeing. I don't do a ton of outdoor decorations for any holiday, and that's just me being maybe a little bit lazy. But I always love seeing them. I always love seeing them. So for anybody who does those decorations, if you think that nobody appreciates what you do, I appreciate what you do. And if I drive by your house, I appreciate it, even if I don't come and tell you so. So Foxy V Doodles, you used to do a lot of face and body painting. I would paint my friends into dragons. That's so cool. Or paint half their faces as sugar skulls. What? Always a party favorite. That is so cool, Foxy V Doodles, and welcome in. It's so nice that you're chatting with us. That's really cool. I dig that. What does that mean, sugar skulls? Is that like a specific thing? Because I'm not really familiar with that term. All right, so I'm gonna let this one dry again. I'm gonna come down here. And I'm actually going to paint the white background on these two little pieces that we still have substantially a bit to do on, just because it's a little easier for me, again, to just truck on through for all of them. So yeah, that's very cool, right, Cupie? For costumes, I've never had a store-bought one. You made them all, is that right? Yeah, I think I'm the same way. I think maybe one time when I was like super little, maybe I had a store-bought costume, but I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that we always made them. That's a lot more fun, I think. One year you were some kind of weird punk goth fairy thing, and the pictures are so funny to look at. Oh, that's really cute. I remember a few years back, somebody came to the door that was trick-or-treating, and she was with her mom, and she was dressed very steampunk. And I was like, oh, it's steampunk. And she was so excited because apparently I was the only person who knew what that was, and nobody else that she had gone to their house and like figured out what it was that she was. So anyway, I thought that was very cute. But I had a bee costume as a baby once. I was a what do you call it? Hobo. I was a hobo when I was young once. They like dirtied up my face and gave me a little knapsack. I think I was like 2 or 3. Foxy Bee Doodles, sugar skulls are bright, colorful skulls, a tradition for the Day of the Dead. Oh, is that what a sugar skull is? I think I know what it is then to see it. I just didn't realize that was the name of it. Oh, thank you for describing that, Foxy Bee Doodles. Yeah, so my mom and brother were vegan zombies. What does that mean? What's a vegan zombie? And I love it. I love the term. That's very cute. All right, so I'm gonna do this one first because I'm gonna come right around here, again, close up to this edge because I have a little bit of a shadow. This one I didn't actually paint a shadow on, this other one. And so for that one, I'm gonna start on the outside edge first. And if I do have to work back and forth and clean my water, then so be it. I'll just have to pause the stream momentarily. So, but right now, if we do this, it will put me in a pretty good place to go back and start in on some of the other stuff, the other necessary stuff. So they dressed up as zombies and had protest signs that said veggies or something like that. She's a character. That is very, very cute. Very, very cute. I like it. I like the creativity. One time when I was young, when I was still in college, I think, I for one, I say for 1 year, it was like 3 days, something like that. I worked as one of the scary clowns at Universal Studios for Halloween Horror Nights. I just picked up like a few part-time, I picked it up as like a part-time thing. And then I quit as it was obnoxious and I did not enjoy that at all. So it was not my thing. Maybe some people. Achromatic Kitten, it's so nice to see you and you're lurking. Thank you so much. Yeah, you were in here the other day. I appreciate you coming back. Thank you. 1 year she made me trade all your candy for organic candy. She now told me she realized that was mean. So she stopped. Oh, that's funny. She said, I'll let you have this. Yeah, that might have been a little over the top. But at least she acknowledged it. That's funny. That probably would have been hard to acknowledge when you were a kid, though. How about this? What is the, let's see, Carl's Jr. Your favorite costume as a kid was Darth Maul. Is that right? My dad painted my face for me and everything. Is that right? It was Darth Maul? That is so funny. That's a complicated makeup process for Darth Maul. Cupid says, I love you, Carl's Jr. That is really funny. Did you have the double-sided lightsaber and everything for that? So these little pieces out here, I don't actually really need a shadow on. Yes, and a black cloak. That is so cute. So cute. I love to know all the creativity that went into things for people's costumes. I'm trying to think if I was ever... I really liked, like pop culture stuff, but I'm trying to think if I actually was ever a pop culture thing. I don't know if I really was. I mean, I guess the closest would be Big Bird or Fievel, but I don't think I was ever anything. I was never like a princess, I never did that. So. But I told that to my husband a few weeks ago. I remember we were talking about Halloween, and I said I was never a princess, and he said, "Well, you're my princess." Isn't he sweet? So I thought that was very sweet. You were Hannah? Oh, there we go. I'm sorry, I missed the comment. Not Halloween, but very close. You had a Hannah Montana party. Did you really? Everyone dressed up as characters, even the adults. I was very insistent. Obviously, you were Hannah. That is very, very cute. Very, very cute. So I should also ask, I'm not, too much of a sugar person, even though I hate sugar, which is crazy, right? But what is your favorite candy and your least favorite candy? What's the worst thing that you've ever gotten in your Halloween trick-or-treating bag? So, isn't he sweet? I think so. What is the worst thing? Because I will tell you, I was never a fan of, well, sometimes people gave out, I never liked anything that was fruity. That was just me. I like chocolate. So I never liked anything fruity. I never liked like gum or anything in it. I never liked what else? Sometimes people would put raisins, like little packages of raisins. I was like, raisins? Why am I getting raisins in my trick-or-treating bag? I know that was somebody trying to be healthier than giving me sugar. But I never liked things like sweet tarts or things like that. So when I've given out treats in the past, I always try to make sure that I have a mix for people who might have a chocolate allergy, or might not like fruity type things. So you love them all, but honestly, most of my Reese's you gave to your dad, since that's his favorite. I definitely did not love getting gum or lollipops. Yeah, lollipops was always kind of crappy too. And I will say that, we still, even back in those days, sometimes people would try to make like little homemade things. Only that one lady that had the cookie decorating station, like we knew her, so that was okay. But, if it was just like something that somebody had made and then wrapped up and we didn't know them that well, then we just had to trash it. So that was kind of always stinky to have to do that. And sometimes it was like weird things. So you loved getting popcorn balls. That's pretty neat. I haven't had a popcorn ball in forever. You definitely preferred anything chocolate. Yeah, I'm like that, Carl's Jr. Snickers, Kit Kats, Twix, those are my favorites too. Twix are there. I mean, can't eat them anymore. I haven't had a Twix in years, Cupid, but I like Twix. I painted Twix before. Yes, I enjoy, because I like chocolate and caramel. That's a vice for me. I like chocolate and caramel. Oops, there's a little piece of fuzz on there. So. How about the best Halloween decorations that you've seen? Because I've seen some very impressive displays. I actually really like, there was one I saw that was online, because I know people have, you know, I always think the windows are really cool when people have it like ghosts are going by in their windows now with the projections. I think that those are really, really neat. And so I know there was a video online that I saw not terribly long ago that was someone who had decorated their house kind of like to the Ghostbusters theming. And so it played the music and then had like things going by in the windows and then projections going on the house. So I thought that was really cool. But I dig the projections for Christmas and Halloween and whatever else. I just think they're really, maybe they're cheesy, but I think they're really cute. Scarred is something similar to Kit Kats. Oh, is that right? There was one house that always did a full haunted house setup, and it was the best. Now a lot of my home decor is classified as Halloween to some people. I love spooky. That's pretty cool. Yeah, you know what? I think that I like the idea, because I think that some of my decorations, you know, I don't always get them all out, but some of my decorations, I'm like, they're such nice little pieces. It's kind of a shame to only put them out for like a few weeks a year, right? So I think it's nice when you're able to do something like that and have it be, you know, something that you enjoy all year long, right? Who says you're only supposed to celebrate holidays a few days a year? I think it should be all year round. I actually have some Christmas lights up that I keep all year round because I love them, because they make me happy. So, so yeah, nothing wrong with that. Yes, exactly. I have this little ceramic thing that I bought years ago when we lived in Central Florida near Disney World too, that I just think is so adorable, and I would like to keep, I should just keep it out all year round. Who am I trying to impress? And it was like a Winnie the Pooh dressed up like a little bumblebee, and he's like next to a pot. And I think it was for a flower arrangement or something. But I just think it's so cute. Such a nice little thing. Nothing that says I can only keep it out for a few weeks a year. I have these little things here I have sitting on the shelf over here. It's not Halloween, but it's Christmas. And they were from my grandparents, and they're these two little snowmen that kind of are on these, they have like little, you know, like wobbly heads, but they're from, I think, like the 50s. And I think they were made in Japan. And I just love them. Like they're ceramic. I'll show them sometime, but they're ceramic, and I just love them. And they you know, they're just like, you know, they're not something I want to put away. I want to see them all year round. I like snowmen. I don't always love the snow up here because we get a lot of it, but I do like snowmen. So I have a little snowman collection, and that's kind of like the pinnacle of that collection. So you should keep it out. I know, right? The little Winnie the Pooh. I should keep it out. I think that, you know, holiday, I mean, I guess that's part of the reason why I want to make some paintings with some holiday, you know, cookies in them, because I think holidays are joyful times. I don't think that they have to be just limited to just the day of celebration. I think it's nice to see things all the time. All right, so for this one, this little pink one here, I'm gonna scoot that over and let this one dry. For this one, again, because I haven't painted the shadow in here yet, so I don't wanna do that. I'm just gonna try to paint around this outside edge and do this first pass I'm gonna grab my eraser because I can see there's a few little stray marks here that I just wanna try to get rid of first. Just where it got a little scuffed up. Okay, so we're just gonna try to go ahead and just paint the background a little bit, let that one dry, and then we're gonna circle back through, all the way through to the beginning of our 8 pieces, and we're just gonna, again, keep the assembly line going. So I have a larger brush. I'm gonna keep it slightly away, you know, from the actual painting, both so I can come back in and trim it out, and also so that I am leaving room for me to go in and paint a shadow here. Carl has showed me the Darth Maul picture, and I can confirm it's amazing and adorable. That's really cute. Very, very cute. I love it, Carl's Jr. That was such a big deal. You know, again, I'm a Star Wars fan, right? But that was like such a big deal when those movies came out with Darth Maul. Um, and I saw them in the theater when they came out. Like, 10 out of 10 face painting skills, is that right? The makeup is awesome. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. It was like it was such a thing. Darth Maul was such a big thing back in those days. So I love that. I do. I still have my ticket stub from seeing it. So yeah, I enjoyed that because I've said on here before that my husband and I, the first year that we started dating, was when all the old Star Wars movies came back to the theater. It was 1997. And so we saw like one a month for, I think, January, February, March. And then the following year is when the episode 1 came out, I believe. So we saw those in the theater too. But yeah, in Central Florida, that was such a big thing because so many people wore costumes. So many people wore costumes. Did you feel that down when you left the theater after Phantom Menace? So I will tell you this, that crowd, and I've had this happen a few times, that crowd, Carl's Jr., was so enthusiastic that I don't know that they would have been disappointed with anything. They were like, "Hi, Flo, nice to see you." Yes, we're all art nerds, Flo. That crowd was so excited. Like when they introduced R2-D2, I mean, the entire theater like erupted. They were so excited. So I think that the realization that episode 1 wasn't my favorite didn't hit me right away. Like it was kind of like, oh, it was good. And then it was like, well, you know what, it could have been a little bit better. And I was like, oh, okay, well, yeah, it could have been better. And so it kind of like, it took a while to settle in for me for that. Must have been such a great experience though. Yeah, it was. It was. I mean, it's nice to think back on that. I do remember that very clearly, QP, that the theater just erupted when they introduced R2-D2, which is crazy. And like I said before, because we were in Central Florida, whatever experience you had elsewhere in the country of people wearing wearing costumes to go see the movies, it was 100 times that in Central Florida. Chloe, did you say you dropped off pieces? You just got back from dropping your pieces off at the gallery. So much fun. So wonderful. I'm so glad. For anybody who doesn't know, Chloe got her work 6 pieces into a gallery recently. So we celebrated that as part of our ice cream celebration on Friday this past week. So how did it go, Chloe? Did you have to frame all of those? You were framing them all yourself, right? You saw all of the Marvel Avengers movies on opening nights, and those crowds were crazy. Is that right, Carl's Jr.? I did go see a few of those, a lot of them actually, in the theater, But we try to go like at times when it wasn't super busy, like the original Star Wars stuff back in those days. That was the only things we really ever saw at night. We typically didn't go to the theater at night. We usually went during the day, so it wasn't quite the same experience later on for me. But that's cool that those crowds were crazy. So. And Flo says, I did frame them all and it went really well. The two ladies who own the place were really nice. I'm so glad for you, Flo. What were the 6 pieces that you took over there? If you don't mind describing them for us, because I don't want to guess. I think I know a few of them, but I wasn't totally sure. So this is another little corner of this that's chipped. I might have to go back in with some gesso. If you get corners chipped on your boards, you just have to basically have patience and go back and, gesso works best. I'm just using a little bit of white because I did have one coat of gesso on here, but I'm just gonna let this dry, and I'm gonna have to do this a bunch of times. Just let it dry and then eventually probably sand it down a little bit. So your friends and you dressed up to see the Barbie movie. Did you really, Cupid? That's so cute. I really enjoyed the Barbie movie. I did not think that I would. I kind of went into it blind. I hadn't really heard anything. And like I said, I loved Ryan Gosling's character in the Barbie movie. So adorable. And so, yeah, I just thought it was a really cute film. So very, very, very pleasantly surprised by the Barbie movie. I watched it again not long ago when I was like cleaning up one day. So clothes. You did the strawberry, the cookie, the teapot, bird, some macaroons, blue chrysanthemum, and a graphite bear. Very, very cool. Is your cookie painting, I know you said that the other day, Flo, that you thought that it was like one of the best pieces that you had made. Is that on your Instagram now, that it's something that we can see yet? Because I know a few people in here mentioned that they really wanted to see it. And Carl's Jr., you dressed up too? Is that? That's funny. It's on Insta, yes. So go ahead and put your Insta link in here if you don't mind, Flo, because you can share some of that work that's over there now. I know that Cupid and I think somebody else had mentioned, maybe it was Janica, that they wanted to see those pieces. So yeah, please feel free, Flo, to share your link in here again. And Flo, for anybody who doesn't know, is also a Twitch streamer, so please go head over to her channel as well and be sure to follow Flo because she is very, very gifted. So thank you so much, Flo. And yeah, you can see some of the pieces there that she took over to her gallery show. So very, very cool. Well, welcome back again, Flo, from that delivery. And I hope that you feel a sigh of relief after that and are ready to get started on something new. Because I know that was kind of like a whirlwind experience for you, like only like a week, right, of you getting stuff ready. The cookie is stunning. Oh, now I want to see, Flo. I do want to see. So you said that it was something drizzled with chocolate, right? I think. So I want to see. All right, I'm just going to tilt this because I want to make sure. There we go. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't have a big glob of paint anywhere. Sometimes I can't see it right away. So a shortbread cookie drizzled with chocolate. Very cool, Flo. Very, very cool. Yes, I will definitely check that when the stream is over here so that I can see it as well. Do you know what you're going to start working on next, Flo? I think we're doing okay. All right, we have something done on all 8 paintings right now. And so I'm going to circle back to the very beginning and we're going to see, we'll go back to our marshmallows. So we did one trimming out of the marshmallows. And I think that we'll just do a second one because this is dry. So again, we're going to take our smaller brush and some of the white paint And we're just going to trim right around the edge here again. I'm going to try to go in a slightly different direction because, so where I was going more to the left before, I'm going to try to go to the right. I just personally like that when my paint layers, like when I do something like this in the background, I like when they go in slightly different directions. It helps to kind of combat any kind of big buildup of, you know, craters and valleys in the paint. So, Flo, you started last night on a friend stream a charm of a gold bracelet, but it wasn't happy with the way it was going. Bad reference. Yeah, I've been there, Flo. That's all right. That's all right. Sometimes you just gotta scrap it and move on. So, I understand. Are you gonna try to take a better reference, or are you just gonna move on to a different subject then? So again, I'm just going into all of this little area. I'm not worrying about the outside yet. I'm going to come back and do that later on after, again, this dries. But this will help to give me just some nice clean edges everywhere. And where I have this soft shadow kind of tapering out here, I'm just going to take a little bit of acrylic glazing medium and try to soften this white layer that I'm putting on here. So just right in here. So you're going to move on to a different subject? Okay. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. You know what? I think it's good to, again, just try a bunch of different things. That's what I do, right? You know, every painting that we do, we should learn something from, whether it's a small painting or a giant painting. And I do paint giant paintings, but I do find that I learn a lot from keeping things small. It is a really good way to progress my skills and train me to see, see things in a new light each time, because I'm just, working my way through so many tiny paintings in, very constricted time frames. So teaching you how to take better reference photos. There you go. That is a very good skill. It's a very good skill. I've said in here, like it's it was a hard lesson, I guess, for me to learn as I was going, and I still, am working on it. But if you start with a lousy reference photo and you think in your mind, and I've done this many, many times, you think in your mind, I'm gonna just fix it in the painting. That is so hard to do. So it is better to just go back and try to learn how to do it. And like I said, I'm still learning. I edit all of my photos in Photoshop, sometimes briefly and sometimes for very long periods of time. So sometimes you just can't fix things. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. You think that you can fix it, especially there's things like that I maybe didn't notice. Sometimes I'm a little better about them today. There's a little bug in here. Sometimes I'm a little better about them today, but things like maybe I didn't quite understand that when I took a photo and I thought it looked good, that there was like a big old reflection in it. That would happen a lot with my ice creams, actually. So there would be, I would think it was a lovely photo, right? And then I would get to painting it, and then I'd be like, there's all these hot spots of these very, very bright reflections. Do I keep them or do I eliminate them? You think that that's an easy decision, but it isn't. And so sometimes I would just, kind of try to figure it out as I go. And so now I'm much better, much, much better at being able to take photos without those hotspots in them anymore. You think that the issue with the gold charm bracelet was there were so many reflections and different color bits. Yeah, I totally understand that. Like I said, if you, I'm trying to think if there's any specific ones that I can think of, but I know it used to happen a lot with my ice creams. Ice cream is surprisingly reflective, and so yeah, the hot spots, those very bright white highlights, I didn't know what to do with them because I wasn't sure. I never really wanted to be a photorealist. I wanted to be a realist, but not a photorealist, and that is a little bit different. And so the hotspots would like not look real to me. They wouldn't look convincing, and so I really wasn't sure what I was supposed to do with them. And so sometimes I would say, if you go back and look at some of my older work, you can probably see sometimes I would keep them in, sometimes I would take them out, sometimes I do half and half because I couldn't quite figure out what I was supposed to do. Now I try very hard to not have hotspots. I think that's just kind of the direction that I want to go with things. I just try to photograph them so they don't have hotspots. And if I do, I very, very rarely incorporate them into a painting. You think you're the same? I want to be a realist but not match the photo exactly. Yeah, I think, yeah. So I get that flow because it's, you know, like if you look at like a Ralph Goings or someone like that, that's a true photorealist. They will put all of the reflections in the piece, and it is absolutely amazing. But it's not exactly what I want to do with my work. I want my work to have some emotion in it, and true photorealism is very cold and sterile, and it's not supposed to have any emotion attached to it. And then, you know, so when you start copying all of the reflections and stuff, like I want my pieces like this. I want it to look like you can reach out and pinch these things. I want you to reach out like you can touch it. Carl's Jr., you need to make some work calls. Hopefully you'll be back. I hope so, Carl's Jr., but good luck at your work calls. And thank you so much for spending some time with us in here. And I love that you were Darth Maul. So yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, so just a different, you know, just a different approach, different philosophy, but that's just what I choose to do. So I don't want it to be cold photorealism. I want it to have some emotion imbued in it. And I like leaning toward the trompe-l'oeil effect more than I like leaning toward the photorealism. What is the discovery that you made today, Flo? I'm just gonna lean over here and just double check some of this. Okay, I'm gonna flip it upside down. So what I'm checking for is to see if it's wet, and that tells me, because sometimes I can't tell when I'm straight on which areas I've painted and which I haven't. So I'm leaning over here and I can see that I did all of this except for this part right down this interior here. So we're just gonna try to do that. I think this is a really cute piece though. I had never painted, you know, marshmallows before, but I think that it turned out really cute. You love your dad, your daddy's girl. I got my art skills from him, but he's your worst critic some days. He'd be the art teacher that would tell you there's only one right way to do something. Yeah, that's hard. That's hard. I understand that. It's, I think that some people, you know, try to do it out of love, right? But that can still be hard. And like I said, especially when you feel like you're at a point, and I learn every day when I'm painting, but especially when you feel like you're at like a transition point, like you're just starting to get something, you're starting to understand something, and somebody comes in and it's like, well, you know, this should be like this, that can be hard to take. So I understand. He was trying to get me into watercolor landscapes of local things, not your vibe. Yeah. The last gallery had 4 artists doing exactly that. Yeah, you got to be yourself, Flo. I think that's, if nothing else, when I'm in here, I try to share my experiences, just, you know, so that people understand that it's very important to just be yourself and to not let excessive criticism bother you. It might, but try not to. And to find your own voice and build your own confidence. I think that it's very easy to take what people say and have it shake you. And so we just have to be confident in what we're doing and know that you're, moving in the right direction. He's super sporty. Yeah, I understand. He bought all the frames, but it's those little things. I get it. I'm sure his heart's in the right place, but sometimes that's just hard to take when you're at a certain stage of development. And it sounds like for you, Plo, that you're like really kind of on a roll, like starting to figure out a lot of things that are helping you to very quickly head in the direction that you want to head. So when somebody comes in sideways and tries to give you advice, again, it doesn't mean their heart's not in the right place, but that can be hard to manage. So I do understand that. Okay, so I'm gonna come back to this one. I just want to see. So I think that let's go ahead and switch these out. I think actually, if I really look at this objectively, I think that these two, I take that back, not the marshmallows yet, because we gotta let that dry still. And we still need another coat, or we need 2 more coats on the outside layer. I'm sure it is, which is why I don't necessarily say anything. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I understand. Yeah. I just think, just like try to find a way to disconnect yourself emotionally from those kind of comments. And again, I don't think that he means it in any particular way. But yeah, it's hard to do. I understand that. All right, I think that these 3 pieces, these 2 ice creams and this little frosting swoop, we're calling those done. Those ones are done. So since they are done, they are ready. I'm going to set them over here for a second, and I think that I can come back and sign them. So I want to just check to see if there's any other white that I need to do before I feel comfortable doing that. And then I'll go in and fix all these other ones that are in here. So let me just see. This one, I think this one's okay. That just needs to be painted. This one needs another coat, but we're gonna leave that to the end. The marshmallows, of course, I need to do, but I need to let that dry. This one I have a little bit to work on here today, so we're gonna, again, come back to that. And then my little orange one, I could do that one. Okay, so let's do the orange one first. And then both black teas. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me read your other comment, Plo. Sorry about that. But in fun news, while we were dropping off pictures, we walked around and I picked up two new loose leaf teas. Nice. Both black teas, chocolate orange and orange vanilla. That's really neat, Plo. I'm going to tell you, I think I mentioned this in here before, but I years ago, when I was starting to teach myself the trompe l'oeil techniques, one of the things that I did on multiple occasions was paint tea bags. So I would tape the tea bag to a board with a little piece of masking tape, and I would replicate it on the board next to it with a little, so that with the same little piece of tape replicated in paint. So those were neat little pieces. I enjoyed painting those, actually, and I enjoy a variety of kind of teas as well. So that's fun. That's fun that you did that. All right, so I'm gonna go in and we're gonna paint just around this outside edge, and then I think we'll probably at that point we'll give our white a rest, and if I have to come back to it later today, then I will just come back with a fresh coat of the, or a fresh cup of the water and medium and whatever else that I need. But for right now, we're just gonna do this, and then we're gonna work on the actual finishing of things. So let's try to do that. And I think, again, we're like less than 2 hours in. Doing pretty good. I just gotta knock these out, man, because Sometimes I just let projects, you know, build up where they're mostly done, and I keep thinking that I'm going to have time to go in and, you know, take a day or two and just finish them all up, and I inevitably get distracted. So again, I'm leaning over this way because I want to see where I've painted. It is remarkably difficult to keep track of that in white paint in particular. So I'm trying to see where the reflective surface is. Did I relax? No. That's my Sunday flow. I baked cookies. Were you here earlier? I don't know if you were. Maybe you came in later than that. I baked my sugar cookies yesterday, Flo, and I finished my not the entire, most of my first course online of the cookie decorating. And so I mixed up in a professional way this time all of my frostings, and all of it is sitting on my table. And then I finished up some other little projects as well. So, but it wasn't bad. Like, these are things that I mean, it's work stuff, but I enjoy doing it. So, so that was still productive, but not terrible. But wasn't enough time for me to get in and do any of this stuff. But now I'm very impressed with myself because I really did learn how, like, the right way to mix frosting. And for anybody who popped in late, we're going to do sugar cookie paintings. So yes, you do sugar cookie for everyone in the family at Christmas. And yeah, it takes days, right? So I'm hoping I learned this. I learned a lot in the course that I took. And so again, kind of like we're doing today, where we're more in an assembly line, I am hoping that I can do that, because I used to do like Duplo. I used to have big plates of cookies that I would make for holidays for people. And this really is me just wanting to make, like I said, I think I'm going to make 1 to 3, 1 to 4. We're going to see how much time we have. 1 to 4 piles of sugar cookies, of decorated Halloween sugar cookies, and we're going to paint those. So I cut out jack-o'-lanterns, ghosts, and black cats. So that's what we're going to try with. You still struggle with royal icing. I'm going to tell you, Flo, this course that I took, this lady explained it really, really well, and it was the best royal icing that I've ever made. But I will say I haven't actually applied it to anything, so we're going to find out. So I will let you know if it worked out, and if it works out, then I'll share the secret with you. Because she did something very different. For anybody who's into cookie decorating, I don't know if anybody is, but she did something very different where, I always was understanding that there were 3 different, yes, I will, Flo. I always thought there were 3 different consistencies of royal icing. And she explained a 4th one. And the 4th one is like a hybrid between the heaviest one and the flood. And so it was really nice because in the video, in the course, she shows it, what it should look like at each stage when you lift up your spatula. And that was very, very helpful for me to see that at each stage so that I really knew. So like I said, it seemed really beautiful and fluffy. And I was able to mix up all my colors, and so I'm crossing my fingers that it will go well, and we will see, and we'll see. But I appreciate learning all of the little tricks, because that's, like I said, I'm a novice cookie decorator. I did that whole cookie series last year with my novice experience. And I really felt like if I'm going to do anything else with cookies, I really want to learn how to do it the right way, so it looks more professional. So we're going to do those on Thursday in here. We're going to start those Halloween cookie paintings of a big pile, hopefully, if it goes well, a big pile of the Halloween cookies. So I was always taught piping was toothpaste consistency, and then flooding was where the peaks disappear. Yeah, so I had like kind of a similar understanding. And this was really different. And you always struggle to get your icing vibrant. So I do know that one thing that I have learned is you do have to use a gel icing. And that, again, probably is very common knowledge for people out there who decorate cookies, but wasn't common knowledge. I learned it, I did use some of it last year, but before that, I would say it was not common knowledge for me. And so that does help to get more vibrant colors without watering down your icing. But then it just takes a lot. Used gel just might not be enough. Yeah, it takes a lot of gel. It takes a lot of gel. Even when I was mixing the colors, you know, like for my cookie paintings last year, it took a lot. It took a lot of that gel color. And yesterday when I was mixing up like my orange color for my pumpkins, for my jack-o'-lanterns, I think I used almost the whole little jar to get it really vibrant. So we're gonna see how it goes. But like I said earlier, I'm not doing anything scary for my Halloween. This is gonna be all cutesy cookies, and so we're gonna try to do all three: the ghosts, the jack-o'-lanterns, and the black cats. But I have cute little faces designed for all of them, and we're gonna try to do those paintings starting on Thursday. So bake the cookies. They're all on my table. We're gonna decorate them hopefully between tonight and tomorrow, and then I'll take pictures of them in piles. And you definitely don't use that much. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. And then I made like a black frosting, and that took I had a tube of the black frosting, and I've only mixed up black frosting a few times, and to do this much took almost the full tube. Like it's a tube like this big. It's almost the full tube. So I do know though, Flo, one thing that they always tell me, and or I've always heard before about mixing frosting, is that the color kind of gets darker, matures, or whatever you want to call it, the longer that it sits in the frosting. So like if you mix it right away and you try to use it, it will be lighter than if you let it, I don't know, there's a term for it, but if you let it sit for a while and then come back to it. So anyway, that's the cookie 101 for today, I guess. Mine don't last that long because people eat them. I have a very specific recipe you use. Oh, and you use all kinds of extracts. So the nice thing, Flo, for me, or I should say the thing that I don't make these cookies for eating, because my husband and I don't eat the cookies. So I'm purely making these for the painting. And so I don't put things like the extracts in there because they're too expensive and I'm just gonna throw them away. So I just need them to look good enough for the painting, and so yeah, so I don't worry about the expensive stuff. But I used to really like vanilla extract. And peppermint extract. I don't think I've ever used the other ones that you've mentioned there. That's really neat though. Yeah, you could try mixing them and see how that goes. Like I said, I'm gonna find out, I guess, tonight when I start to decorate them if that worked, because I haven't really done that before, to let them sit. I did learn it before, but I didn't really do it because I was kind of rushing along trying to get things done. But yes, I did learn, Flo. You think the last year you did 7 double batches of dough? Wow, that is a lot of cookies, Flo. That is a lot of cookies. When I was young, my mom used to bake lots of cookies that she would actually sell. And so I did have some cookie decorating or cookie baking experience in that way. And then when I got older, I did learn like some fancy cookies to be able to do that. But I'm really glad, like I took this little course, because it really was very, very helpful in learning. And like I said, I wanted to do it. If I'm gonna paint the cookies occasionally, then I just wanted to learn to do it the right way. So we shall see. We shall see. I think they'll be fun though. I think they'll be fun and colorful and beautiful, and like I said, I don't think holidays should be limited to just the holidays that you're celebrating. I think they should be, the spirit should be carried on through the rest of the year. So, um, so I'm going to do them themed for the holidays. But my hope is that people will enjoy them outside of those particular holidays as well. Oh, and on that, I should mention that, let's see, people would complain too much if you stop making that. Now you've committed. They look forward to it. I should mention that, on Sunday night, was it Sunday night? No, Saturday night. I did stay up, Friday night. I stayed up late editing my images for my print club. So anybody who doesn't know, I do 2 tiny print clubs every month, and you can get a really nice print. They're very tiny, 5x7, 5x5, something like that, of some of my paintings sent to you via snail mail. And so I do one for my ice creams. So this is my ice cream one for this month, which is one of my chocolate triple scoop ones. But for my cookie club, which is my Sweet Escapes print club, this was the images that I edited based on my painting from last year, which is my little Halloween painting. So it is this beautiful frosting background, swirled frosting background, and these beautiful sugar cookies on there. So you can sign up for that on my website, which is just kimtestone.bsky.social. But I really like this one. I called it Chasing Butterflies, and I think it's just a very sweet, not scary Halloween theme-ish thing with this really sweet little black kitten here that's chasing this wonderful little monarch butterfly. So anyway, you can find that on my website. It is a very affordable way to collect my art because I print them all individually in my studio and inspect them all, sign off on them, ship them in a tiny little plastic sleeve like this in your envelope. And yeah, just a really nice way. And they're archival, so they are heavyweight paper and they are meant to last at least 100 years. So I put a lot of effort into my prints. So just in case you're wondering, they're not cheap little things and they're not postcards. They are very, very nice prints. They're just tiny. Okay, so got this one done mostly, got these ones done mostly. Let me just gauge myself for a second and see what I need to do. Is this done? Okay. I think I can come back to the marshmallow and start to paint the outside of the marshmallow. So let's just do that before we move on to anything else. Boy, I've really got a mess on my palette here. So I think I am gonna, at some point, probably need to change out my palette paper too. But since I've already trimmed in really close twice to this painting where all of the details are, this is just me going around that area, so I don't have to do that as carefully. I just need to, again, tilt my head to the side a little bit to make sure that I can see which areas are shiny or not, so that I'm not missing anything. Hi, Solar. No, not toast. Not toast. Solar's popping in. He thought these were toast. They're toasted. Toasted little marshmallows, not toast. But again, I said maybe at some point, someday, I should paint toast, because I think that'd be pretty cool, right? Like a big piece of toast. That might drive me a little crazy, but I did these paintings before. How did you decide on doing the cookies in the first place? I will say, Flo, that kind of popped in my head a little bit organically a few years back. And then it was something that I put off because I was very busy doing other projects. But it popped in my head. I don't even know how to explain it. I mean, like I said, I had a lot of cookie experience. Family things, things in my town. I wanted to do something that was different and imaginative. And I think that, I like painting ice creams and very straightforward still life sometimes. But, I consider myself to be a pretty imaginative person. So I wanted to be able to create something that reflected, you know, some kind of that creativity. And so my automatic thought was gingerbread houses, and then my subsequent thoughts were like cookies. And then I started, like I said, I think I might have said this before, but the first piece that I ever laid out was the one on my website that's called Here Comes the Sun. And it is a gingerbread house that's kind of sitting among a field of overgrown cookie greenery with lollipops in the background. And what I did was I just knew I wanted to paint a gingerbread house. So I built a little gingerbread house and I let it sit on my counter for several days and just kind of would stare at it in passing. And then I realized that I had experience as a trompe-l'oeil painter and not so much as like a true, you know, just like a straightforward narrative type painter, but I was a trompe-l'oeil painter. And so what I did was I took the little gingerbread house that I had just built and I cut off the back 2/3 of it. And then I laid it down on a surface, because if you're doing trompe-l'oeil paintings, you want them to be very, very shallow. And so I did that, and I was like, I like that. And I had also, I should say, had baked a bunch of sugar cookies. So my original intention was, I'll just do a scene of, you know, the sugar cookies, like, you know, and this path going back to this gingerbread house. And I couldn't quite figure it out. But then when I realized I could chop the back of it off and I put it into that very shallow depth of field, that was when it clicked with me. Like, I could do this. So I think that for me, whether I do it as a trompe-l'oeil piece or a pile piece, something that I can really go in and work on that dimension and have some creativity in there that makes it, you know, colorful and imaginative. So kind of elevating it from just, you know, I don't know, elevating it from just a simple kind of crafty form of baking to like true art. I guess that's what I want to do. Pay respect to the people that I think put a lot of time and effort into making beautiful baked creations and all of that imagination, and represent that. So the one thing this helps me with on Twitch is it does help me when you post questions like that to try to articulate what it is that I'm doing, because sometimes that doesn't really, that's not really easy to do. Not really easy to answer that question all the time, but it does help me. So I appreciate the questions, Flo. But I think that, you know, as far as like why, like I've been staging various things, you know, from around my house for years. For paintings, food is the most malleable thing I can think of, where I can, you know, make something. I mean, short of using like Play-Doh or something, I can make something. Tired, need to go. Hope you have a good stream. Thank you, Solar. I appreciate it. Thank you for popping in with us. So I just like the idea of using food to tell some kind of little story. So again, whether it's my trompe-l'oeil pieces or just a pile of very creatively painted, or a pile of very creatively decorated cookies. I like that. So it's definitely cool to know, especially now where I'm trying to do reference and find things that I enjoy painting or coloring. Yeah. I mean, just because you said that, like other things that I've found around the house in the past that I found were kind of at that level of malleability or, you know, model building. Sometimes I would take crayons and just draw a little image out with the crayons, but I'd use my left hand so that it looked like it was done by a child, and I would put the crayons with it and I would paint that. Sometimes I would take a coloring book sheet and color it in, again, usually with my left hand, and take the crayons and set them on there with that. So something that looks like a child's drawing, so, I think also had kind of that level of creativity in it, and I enjoyed that. So maybe that was the precursor to the cookie paintings. In that way, it kind of blended that together with the food. Wolfie Bun Bun, hi, welcome in. It's nice to see you here. Thank you for chatting. So yeah, so I felt, it felt very much for me, Plo, like a natural evolution. So not like a forced, like, what should I paint? But like, I'd been painting, you know, hundreds of these things from various subjects over the years, and it just kind of naturally came out. And then once it clicked, I will say that the desire to do it and the ideas that I wanted to create just like started rolling out of me, and I couldn't stop them. And so it kind of pulled from all of these places inside of me and my imagination, and gave me a format to be able to bring them to life as a model and then replicate them in paint. So that was what I wanted to do. One of the things I was debating was finding like antiques, yeah, and then finding a modern version, putting them side by side. The antiques can get expensive. Yeah, I understand that. Sometimes antiques don't have to be like, you know, true antiques though. Like one of the paintings that I did years ago, and this was something that people seem to really enjoy. I did a number of these things. They were like inherited pieces, not really worth anything, but I did a painting of an old coffee grinder that I had gotten from my aunt. I did a painting of an old-fashioned metal flour sifter that was my grandma's. It was all dented up, but they were like some of my favorite paintings from back in those days. So kitchenware, kitchenware, you know, kitchen tools tend to be very much something that people can identify with. I think they, you know, maybe they had similar things in their family. So I don't think that they have to be like, I'm going to go out and buy like big expensive antiques. I think that they can be vintage things like from around your house. I am sure that you have stuff around that you know, whether it's kitchen stuff or non-kitchen stuff, tools from the garage, you know, like sometimes vintage tools, people are into those. But it's, again, whatever like is the natural connection for you. Like, so for me, so I started painting all these things. I gravitated more and more toward food. And then the food became like, okay, I can take all the imaginative stuff that I liked from some of these other elements and put them into my food pieces. And now I have an I can do this as much as I want forever and ever. Did I just hit a follower goal? Somebody followed me, so thank you so much. I got to 140 followers, and I've only been on here less than 2 months-ish, I think. So thank you so much to whoever just followed me. I'm not sure I can see it in the chat here, but yes, thank you so much. It really means a lot to me. All right, so this is good enough to dry right now. So I am gonna set that down here. Let's take a look at this one again. I could go in and work around the close-up part of this again. So we're gonna do that. So not around this outside edge, just around here. Close up to the painting. So again, I can't believe I have so many followers on here. That means so much to me, guys. That you guys enjoy coming in and just seeing, you know, hear me ramble and see all the weird little things that I paint. So I appreciate it very much. I'm gonna just scoot this back over here just so we keep that in sight. Because I think it makes a big boring gap when I don't have this extra thing in the camera view. So again, we're gonna come back in a bit, not long now, and try to finish up, you know, some of these things, like this one, which I only have partly done. So we started this one on Saturday's stream, but I did not get as far along with this. Thought I was going to have time to do it yesterday, but as won't be long until you hit 500. I don't know, Flo. I hope not, but anyway, that's That's I'm just grateful. I'm just grateful for whoever I have in here. So thank you for that. Another thing, Chloe, just thinking, and I'm just, spouting out ideas, but you have to do you, right? That's always the phrase. You do you. Um, there's a lady that I know that paints a lot of phones, like phones from different eras, in front of different wallpapers, which actually look really beautiful. And her name is, you're Canadian, right, Flo? I think you're Canadian. Um, her name, she's also Canadian. That's why I say that. Her name is Jacinth Rivard, and so I don't know. That's kind of a fun thing to take a look at her paintings, because not all of her work is that, but I know that she does a whole series of phones. Yeah, I thought you were Canadian, Flo. She does a whole series of phones. Like I said, different phones from different eras that she collects and puts them in front of different patterned wallpaper. So I think that's really neat, actually. But you got to do you, whatever connects, and that'll just, I think that for me it just took a long time to figure that out, to get away from like the meandering, like I can do whatever, and kind of try to narrow my field. Now, does that mean that I don't get tempted sometimes to stray outside of that? No. Sometimes my brain runs, at 1,000,000 miles a minute, and I think, well, I can do this and this and this and this, but I need to really kind of try to stay focused on what I think is my strength. And my strength, I think, is that I can paint food, and I can make it really colorful and beautiful and very creative, and a lot of fun. So that is what I try to do. Happy stuff. I was fooling around with painting different jewelry, but you hate painting gold and silver. Probably not the thing to, at least you've eliminated that then. Yeah, probably not the thing for you. I mean, I tried, back in the day, like, I did a pile painting actually of leaves, of autumn leaves. So, there's lots of things you can find in nature that are also wonderful subjects, but I do think it's good for any artist to go through painting lots and lots of stuff, just as you did there, to say like, well, I tried this, but I hated it. So you don't want to do that again, but you got to do it, right? You just got to go through that process before you find what you like. But I had this idea of going to like Value Village and finding ones that are ornate and had a lot going on. That's interesting. Got to try stuff. I mean, the only way you can figure out what you like and don't like is to try stuff. And like I said, the I don't know how else to describe it. The gingerbread and the cookies, for me, it was a very natural progression, and yet it felt like a compulsion, like I couldn't help myself to do it. And so, I'm very excited about trying these sugar cookies to see how they go in a pile, because I do like doing pile paintings as well. And so yeah, it was a very natural thing. And then, but the moment that I articulated it originally, where I was like, I'm a trompe l'oeil painter, I should do trompe l'oeil of this. That is probably one of the most significant, artistic moments that I can recall. I remember I said it out loud to my husband. So, it's just the progression that I made. And that's the thing. I don't want to try to force anything. I'm throwing crap at the fan to see what sticks. Yeah. But you know what? They're all good training exercises, right? They're all good training exercises to teach you how to paint to the level that you want to paint or draw at. And then you go through the experiences, like you said, where, maybe you didn't want to do jewelry the way that you thought that you did, but maybe that points you in a different direction to the other one that you suggested of going and finding a different type of jewelry. So you don't know until you try. And I think, there was an artist that I interviewed for the magazine many years ago. I often use that as an example in here when I talk about the people that I interviewed. But his name is Kent Williams. And Kent Williams is a very, very gifted artist. And I remember in my ignorance, I asked him something like, how did you develop your style? Because it's a very distinct look to Kent Williams' art. And he said something to the effect, I'm going to very badly paraphrase this, but something to the effect of that you don't develop a style. The style is the natural evolution of you simply doing it a lot. And then that will eventually come across in your work. So I paraphrased that absolutely terribly from what my original interview was, but the meaning I think is still there, that it just is, like you said there, mileage. It's just about mileage. So you just do it a lot, and then eventually people, the goal, the ultimate goal, I think, for a painter, and it's something that I'm still aspiring toward, right? And I probably will for the rest of my life, but the ultimate goal is that someone would be able to look at my work and say, oh, that's a Kim Testone, without knowing anything about it. If you can look at the work and see who the artist is, that's a pretty cool thing. So but that again is, like you said, that's just mileage. It's just mileage, and you just keep on doing it. So okay, so we are doing pretty good on here today. I think I am probably a little bit partial because, all right, yeah, I still need to let that dry a little bit. Let's see about this one. This one I could do, but I want to let that go because that, this one's okay. So I think we're actually all cut up on our white backgrounds, and we're going to move on. So, there will still be a little bit that I have to do on these, but we're gonna wait till the end. So let's start with this one. All I need to do is sign it. That's pretty easy, right? I think. So I don't think, if I look at this, I don't think that there's anything that's too concerning. Let me just look right here. I could put a little bit of dark color right in there. Maybe I'll do that real quick. Okay, so I'm just going to mix up a little bit of my dark color with my red and my black. Let's scoot this down out of the way. My red and my black and some yellow. So we're going to make just kind of a very dark brown color. And I'm just going to touch this up a tiny little bit, because I'm pretty picky. I could let it go, but I am pretty picky. And this is just like a little corner right here where I think I probably bumped it with the white just a little bit. Okay. So let me just take another look and make sure there's nothing else. Yeah, I think it's all right. Okay, so the way I sign my paintings is super simple. I wish, again, I had a fancier signature. But, I do need to, pardon me, I do need to just grab a tube of paint from behind me here. So, hold on just 1 second. I'm just going to pause the stream for just a second. Sorry about that. So when I sign my paintings, I typically do a very small brush, and I do a very simple signature that's just KIMT. I don't sign my full name. And the way I do it is typically to to mix a color that is just simply my dark blue here, and then my dark or my burnt umber. And that was what I had to grab because I forgot to put burnt umber on my palette. So I mix those two up. Sometimes I will vary that a little bit depending on what the colors of the painting are, but this is my typical thing. And then I mix quite a bit of acrylic medium into it to give it a nice flow. And then I try to not mess it up as I sign, because I sign very tiny. And so I just try to give it a little bit of a nice flow. And then I'm gonna put my glasses down on here. I sign it somewhere down toward the corner. Something like that. I do think that my eye looks a little bit heavy compared to the rest of this, and I think I bumped my M a little bit. So I'm just gonna clean it up a little bit here with a little bit of medium on my brush. Okay, so that's all I do. I do lowercase, or not lowercase, but just slightly smaller IM and then T. T at the same height as my K. So that's my silly little signature, simple and easy. And that one we're gonna call done. So let's move on to painting number 2. Also at a point where I think it is done, but let me just do another analysis again. I think I bumped a little bit again, just like I did on the other one, just right here. I'm just gonna touch that up right there. A little bit right over here. Like that. And outside of that, I think we're good. I think we're good. So again, I'm gonna just take a little bit more medium. I probably have enough in here, but we'll just do a little bit more. Hi, Phil. Nice to see you. Pran, what did you miss? We're finishing them up, Pran. We're finishing them up. And you should never sign your artworks like you sign your checks. I'm like, well, crap. Finally settled on a different signature last week. I wish I had something fancier, Flo. I'm a pretty simple gal, though. So we're just going to sign them like this. But Phil, nice to see you. Thank you so much. And Pran, yeah, we're just finishing up home straight on these pieces. Yeah, I was going to do something new today, Phil, but you know what? I didn't have time yesterday to finish these up. And we're just going to try to finish all 8 tiny pieces up. So we're signing off on a few of them, and a few of them we're still going to come back and work on. So some of those frosting swatches, frosting swoops. So again, I'm just going to go down here. Just a tiny signature. If I mess it up, it's with this acrylic medium, so I can clean it up a little bit. Okay, so I'm just going to clean that up a tiny little bit because I don't love my K right down here. And I think that's okay. All right, so we are signing off then on this one and this one. So these two, we're calling them done, and these two will probably be headed to my gallery sometime soon here. So let's scoot those off to the side. The third one we want to, this one I need to come back and fix, so we're gonna hold off on that one for right now. This little guy, I think he's done. So I'm gonna sign off on him. I'm gonna change my paint a little bit, and I'm gonna add some more blue because this is more of a bluish tone in this painting. And so just switch brushes. So we're gonna just make it just a little bit more blue. I call these days admin days, where I try to get the little bits and bobs done that I've been stacking on done. Yeah, I need an admin day too, Flo, because I feel like I have admin nights or early mornings, and I need a whole day that's just dedicated to that. That's something I really should integrate into my schedule, because it's easy to just let things go. All right, so we're gonna go down here again. Let's bring this, we'll start right here. Sometimes with my frosting pieces, I've been trying to sign them on the frosting itself. And the reason for that is because if I want to make prints of them, I wanted to be able to preserve my signature. And it is really hard to do that on the white background. And so I have found, like my ice creams, when I make my prints of my ice creams, also you can find this on my website, by the way, but when I make my prints of my ice cream cones, I actually have to take the signature out, and then I just do my pencil signature on the print, because it is near impossible to get the painted signature to look right. However, for the purposes of these little exercises, I'm not going to worry about this too much, because they're just studies. And so even if I were to turn them into prints, I probably wouldn't turn like a single one into a print. I'd probably do like a whole group of them. So I'd have to take the signatures out anyway. So we're going to call that one done. So that's 3, right? 3 of them done. I'm going to go ahead and sign this one, even though this one is technically not totally done yet. So I emerge each day through many projects like Oscar the Grouch getting out of his bin and going to finish some stuff soon. Yes, I understand that, Phil. I like that. Like Oscar the Grouch emerging out of his can. Yeah, I had this pile, right? Like I have these 2 large ice creams over here, the butter pecan and the Neapolitan, which are almost done, except mostly the background. I had these 8 small pieces. I was like, I could try to start the cookie painting that I wanted to do today, but the more responsible thing is just finish this stuff up and then move on before you do something new. So I did mention, for anybody who just came in, that I did yesterday bake about 4 dozen sugar cookies. I finished most of my professional cookie decorating class. I'm going to decorate them. I mixed up all my frosting. I'm going to decorate them tomorrow, or excuse me, tonight and tomorrow. And then we're going to start a cookie painting of them, at least one and maybe more. So, you know what, I'm noticing that I think I don't like this color here, because this is more of a pinkish tone for the whole piece. And so I just wiped that off with some acrylic glazing medium. We're going to try something different for this one. I feel like this needs to have a little bit of a pinkish tone in the signature. It's such a little thing, you know, maybe nobody would care about it, but I care. So I'm actually going to take some red and put it in this. And I'm going to thin it out. I'm even adding a little bit of white. So we're just going to try to create more of like a gray pink, I think, down here. It's going to be pretty thinned out, but maybe I'm going to USA next year. I am going to see you in the gallery and test your cookies. Okay, Fran. My gallery is actually in a different state than I am, but I hope that you do get a chance to see my paintings in real life. I do think for anybody who hasn't seen them in real life, that they are hugely different than what you see online. So, but that's very cool. Are you coming for work, Pran, or are you coming just to visit? All right, we're gonna try this and see how we feel about it. I think my brush is getting a little bit mucky, and so it's not as sharp as I would love, but that's okay, I can fix that. But I like that color a little bit better than going with that dark gray. I'll work next year, not confirmed yet. That's cool though, Pran. That is cool, I hope so. I hope so for you. I'm gonna go in and just try to clean this up. And I would, of course, love for you to be able to see my paintings. Because I did say in here, I did stop shipping overseas a number of years ago. My gallery technically ships overseas, so you can get stuff through them. But I personally stopped shipping stuff overseas, so I don't ship my prints or anything. And that was primarily because, I told this story once before, I think, but I did a painting that was of, I don't remember if it was a $10 bill, something like that, maybe even $100 bill that I did like hanging on a little rope with 2 little clothespins, and I called it money laundering. And it was purchased by someone who lived in Germany, and I tried to ship it to them, and it got lost somewhere in customs, never to be found again. And so that was the last time I ever shipped overseas. Yes, social media expert. Hey, Pran. Oh, I did mean to tell you, Pran. I have started to implement your suggestions. I talked about it with my husband, who is again much better at this stuff than I am. I have tried to implement some of your suggestions and started to record various clips, and we're going to work on storyboarding. So yes, we're going to work on creating some social media posts courtesy of Pran's knowledge that he was so willing to share with us on Saturday stream. So if you haven't checked out Saturday stream, Pran is a manager at YouTube, and he is based in India, but he was willing to share his knowledge with us there. So anyway, so yeah, so that was really good, and it was very helpful, Pran. It was very helpful to kind of change my mindset, and so we're going to give it a test run, hopefully starting this week and maybe next week as well. So thank you again, Pran, for that. So this one I'm signing off on, but it is technically not done. I do need to still come in and work on that. I did the same thing. I started looking through your posts to see the age group and stats on your videos. There you go, Pran. You're having an effect. You're having a very positive effect on our group already. So thank you again, Pran, for that. I'm just going to set this off to the side for the moment. And I'm going to try to take stock. Let me see where I am here. Let's see about this one again. Let's see. If I did this one, I need to... If I did this white background, I think we're going to skip this for now. If I did that white background, then we're going to have to change my water and stuff out. So I'll try to do that on the break. Hi, Willow. Nice to see you. Show me some clips and your scripting, and then I can check it out. We don't have anything together yet, Pran, but I appreciate that, and so I will try to get that together, and maybe on Thursday or Friday, if you pop back in, then we can chat about that a little bit. But thank you very much for that. And Willow, welcome back. I love the little emoji. Is that a little panda? Super cute. Okay, so let's just talk here about what we need to do. All right, so these are the things that we need to do. We have the white background on this that still needs a couple coats. So I can't do that right now. Sounds good, Pran. I can't do that right now. I'm gonna let that dry. This one's done. We're saying that one's done. This one's gonna go up on my website, hopefully tomorrow or Wednesday. These little ice creams are gonna probably get shipped to my gallery. So this one's done. And this one's done. And then this one needs a little bit of work. So we're gonna leave that one on the easel. This one also needs some work. And so we're going to leave that up here on the easel. So we essentially have 4 paintings up here that all need a little bit of work done to them. And then we also need to come back and paint the white background on this. So that's a lot that we're going to try to do here, but it's not a lot overall that needs to be done. So let's just go ahead into it. I'm going to move this one off to the side, and I'm going to move this one off to the side. Let's go ahead and do the ice cream first, because I think that one's going to be the easiest. So let's just finish that one up. We brought this image up earlier. A little bit of this was just, I knew that there were some areas that got a little bit dinged right around the corners here, so that I can very easily fix. But this little area and maybe a little bit right in here needs to be repainted. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and take my dark blue and my red and my yellow. I'm going to mix a relatively dark color, and I'm going to take this and with a little bit of glazing medium, because we use lots of glazing medium, right? I'm going to take this and put it right in here where this area got bumped. And I think I just bumped it again, but in the reverse way. So let me see if I can fix that very quickly with some glazing medium and a separate brush. Let's see here. And try to clean that up. Okay, not a disaster. So I want to go in. I can still see a little bit of this that I missed right here. I'm very particular, maybe to a fault, but I do try to make everything look really nice. And like I said, I kind of feel like we worked on a lot of white backgrounds, but I feel like it was easier for me to think of this as an assembly line rather than figuring that I'm going to work on these one by one. And so we're just going to kind of do the same thing to all of them in these final stages. Let's come right in there. I'm going to just feather that out a little bit. And then I'm going to turn the painting on its side. Just wanted that to be a little bit darker in there, but that was a little too much. Okay, I'm going to turn the painting on its side. Let's get this out of the way. And what I really need to work on here is here and here. And that just looks a little bit rough. 5 minutes and my butter chicken will be here. Is that right? You ordered butter chicken? Where do you order butter chicken from, Flo? All right. So what I need to do is just spend a little bit of time in here getting this right. I'm going to, again, just kind of paint this the way I would traditionally do. And then hopefully it will be at a point where I can sign off on that one as well. So I'm going to just click on that. And I'm going to, let's make sure I have a space where I can work on my palette. And like I said, I do this in the assembly line way because painting this is a completely different mindset for me than all the stuff we did for the first 2.5 hours here today. You ordered from an Indian restaurant down the street that's really good. You can't make it as good yourself. Oh, that's interesting. Well, that's understandable. Sometimes you need other people to do stuff like that for you. So yeah, I hope it's good. I hope it's good. I hope you enjoy it. Okay, so I need to come in here and I really just need to clean this whole thing up, but it's gonna take me a second, so you're gonna have to forgive me because I need to shift my mindset. I researched some art content, then I finish my work, I give it to you in Insta. Oh, is that right? Okay, yeah. Do you follow me on Insta, Pran? I don't know if it's on, my link is somewhere on there. Thank you very much. I appreciate that very, very much. I don't know why you've taken such a liking to us here, Pran, but I love it. So thank you for that. So, is it called macaroni? Am I saying it right, macaroni? Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. That means a lot to me. And if I've mispronounced that, please tell me. So hi, how's it going to you? I said it right. Okay, macaroni. Macaroni Kenzie, I like that. I like that very much. So thank you for popping in, and I very much appreciate the follow. I'm gonna go in here and just try to, I need to dull this down. What I basically need to do is, I need 3 to 5 days. Okay, you take as much time as you need to, Fran. You're doing this on a volunteer basis, so I appreciate it. I'm good, how are you? Yes, I'm doing well. We're finishing up a bunch of paintings here, Macaroni. So we finished up, well, we're still working on a few. This one I need to come back and do a few more layers, a couple more layers of white on the background, and then we'll sign off on that. We signed off on this one just a moment ago, and we signed off on this one. We just have a whole list. We have 8 of these that we're going through today. A good friend of mine recommended your channel, so here I am. Nice. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you so much. And thank you to your friend, whoever that was that recommended me. That means a lot. We finished up this one. So we're just trucking on through and trying to finish up a bunch of little paintings today. So I need to basically think of this in the same way that I do with all of my others, that I work in layers. I'm not sure why, except I must have been rushed, that I kind of left this fairly unfinished right in here. So again, I don't want to drive myself crazy. These are small pieces, but oh, it was Norsham. Okay, very cool. Well, we appreciate you coming in, so thank you so much. Norsham is the screenwriter, and so we always appreciate when Norsham comes in. So thank you so much. Thank you so much to both of you. So anyway, I'm gonna just try to mix up my base color, and then what I'm probably gonna have to do is just, unfortunately, let it dry, pop onto another painting, and then come back to it after it dries so I can build up my colors a little bit. Yeah, thank you so much. So I'm gonna go ahead and mix with my warm base. Again, when I mix my colors up, if you haven't been in here before, I usually mix my lower layers with these colors and my upper layers with these colors. And so I'm just gonna have to do that here with my warm colors, this base layer that I can get down first, and then I will come back and refine it. Again, we'll just see how far we can get, but I'm pretty happy actually right now with where we are today. I feel like we've done a lot. I've got, what did I say? 3.5 paintings signed off on completely, and then the others are in progress. So, but farther along than they were this morning. And you know what this does? Tomorrow is my off Twitch day, and that means that I can work on other projects instead of working on this on my off Twitch day tomorrow. So as I said, I am going to try to decorate those Halloween cookies that I want to paint between tonight and tomorrow, and then we'll start those hopefully on Thursday. So let's just see how this is in here. That's a little bit dark for me yet, so I need to put a little bit more yellow and a little bit more white, and let's just come back in here. I think that is almost okay, maybe a little bit more red. So we're just going to come in, and so I'm putting down like basically a base color for this area that I kind of missed earlier. And then your eyelashes are glued on. You did a good job for the first time. I'm so glad, Cupie. She was doing her first time putting on extended fake eyelashes, which I have never done. I don't think that I've ever done that for anything. But I'm glad that it went well and that you did not, glue yourself to anything that you weren't supposed to glue yourself to, or get stuck on anything, or that you're not at the hospital. So those are all good things, Cupie. So I'm glad it went well. All right. So I'm just going to come in here. I'm going to actually flip this upside down in a moment to, again, kind of check to make sure that I'm on the right track with this. And then I will flip it right side up, and we'll try to do just a little bit of work. And then what I'll probably have to do again is just, unfortunately, let this dry before I can come back and finish it. So that's just my bad. I know I was working on the 3 ice cream paintings at the same time, and so I didn't put as much time into this one. Yes, your eyes are not glued shut. That's good. I'm glad. Glad to hear it, Cupie. Pardon me, I dropped my brush. Plo, you're suddenly reminded of the pit where the girl used Gorilla Glue. Oh no, that's terrible. I have had an inkling to watch the pit, mostly because I'm from outside of Pittsburgh. Is that right? You love the pit too? I'm not sure if I could handle the medical stuff. I used to watch the House back in the day, but you know, I've never. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I have the stomach for it anymore. So, but it seems like it's a really interesting show. All right, I'm going to turn it sideways. So I need to get this out of the way, right? Because I'm not even in view for y'all. I'm in my own little world. It is very graphic, so if you're not good, yeah, I don't know flow. I might have to take a pass on it. So I don't have a very strong stomach for some things. But it's a shame because like I said, I am from originally outside of Pittsburgh, and so I like the idea that they're set in Pittsburgh. Okay. So I think that I do need to actually come in here and just work on this cone unfortunately, a little bit more than I thought I was going to have to, but that's okay. So what I'm going to do is actually take my brighter colors. I'm going to come in here and put some highlights on this part of the cone. They showed episodes of it in your partner's sister's nursing school. It's because of how accurate it is? Really? That's crazy. That's crazy. So I'm going to take my yellow, which is my only yellow that I keep on my palette. I'm going to take a little bit of this blue, just a tiny little bit, which is my bright blue. And I'm going to take this red, which is my bright red. This is called Pyrrole Red. And we're going to take some of my white. And so we're just going to try to mix up a bright-ish color, bright peachy color, so that I can go in here and put a few little highlights on the lower part of the cone that I probably should have put the first time around, but I didn't. So that's okay. This is the catch-up day, right? So we're just doing all the stuff that we need to catch up on. So I just want to check to see if this color is fairly accurate. I think it'll work. So I'm not going over the whole thing. I'm just trying to pay attention to my reference photo, and I'm putting the strongest highlights in there that I need to. I'm going to go ahead and turn this right side up. I do think that I can, sometimes it gets a little confusing for me, but I think that it's okay. At this point, I can see sort of where I'm going. So again, just taking a little bit of this. Write down some of these. I've seen people who sometimes attempt to paint ice cream. It is not actually super easy, and I've done a lot of them at this point. But one thing that they tend to do is their cones, the actual cone part tends to look really, really flat. I think it's because there's so much going on, because there's like this grid, right, on the ice cream cone. There's just so much going on that it becomes confusing, and so you simplify it to try to account for maybe the shapes, but not the colors and the way that they change as they wrap around the cone. And so so I think that that's really important if you want to imply that kind of sense of dimension in the cone, is to really try to pay attention to the highlights and the shadows, and that it changes like as you go. You know, like these shadows in here are different from the shadows that are cast over here. My highlights are even a little bit thinner as I go around because it's turning away from the light. So it's mostly just about trying to, again, pay attention to those abstract shapes in here to get this to look as accurate as you can. You're not going to get it perfect, right? But you try to get it as accurate as you can. So I'm just going to go in here and do, not again like a crazy amount of stuff. I just want to do a little bit, enough that I feel fairly comfortable with the size of the piece and the time commitment that I've made to it, to say that it is it is convincing enough. If I feel like I need to do any more to it, you know, I might come back to it still tomorrow if I really need to, but I really want to try to finish these today if I can. That keeps me on schedule for everything that I need to do. And it's very, very easy for me to lose hours or days to trying to fix things instead of, you know, working on other aspects of my work or creating new works. So I don't want to I try really hard not to get mired down in that too much if I can avoid it. And if you start to get a little bit lost in something that's complicated, again, you just turn it, right? An artist piece is never done. I know, right, Flo? It's never done. I'm never going to be, you know, 100% satisfied, but I do have to learn to live with it to a point where I feel like it's acceptable. And, you know, I'm better now with some of them being, you know, much more acceptable to me than maybe some of my earlier pieces used to be. So I try. But you can see, well, I don't know if you can see yet, but the difference of, you know, this having like a very warm base. All art is abandoned. That's a good phrase, Phil. I like that. All art is abandoned. We love it and then we send it out the door. And never quite get it to, you know, that level that's that unspoken level that we want it to be, but we keep on trying. The enemy of quality is perfection. However, Kim seems to be the exception. That rhymed, Phil. Was that intentional? Or almost rhymed. I appreciate that. I'm not sure about that, but I appreciate the sentiment. That's funny. Anyway, we try to do the best we can with it. That's all we can do. But again, you know, sometimes it's a detriment, right? If you work a painting too hard, like I said, you can be considered beating it to death. And we don't want to do that either. We want it to still have a sense of life about it. And so I guess that's what I aim for. That's my semi-position on things, as I want to try to get it as realistic as I can without beating it to death. And so it should have life. When do we get to eat the painting? Everybody wants to eat these things. You know, no, they're not for eating, right? Do I have to really say that? They're not for eating? I suppose if you purchase the painting, Phil, you can eat it if that's what you choose to do, but it's not what I would recommend. So. All right, so again, I'm not going to drive myself too crazy with this. I'm just going to try to get this a little bit better. I have that base warm coat that I put down in this section. Now that that's dry, I can come back in and I can come back in and I can put, and Pran is curious about your work, Phil. The frosted look to the chocolate is ridiculously good. Thank you so much, Phil. I really appreciate that. You should package it with a do not eat sticker. Thank you, Cupie. That's actually a pretty cute marketing idea. I kind of like that. Do not eat. I feel like it should go without saying, but I like it as a marketing thing. I know that I do need to, by the way, take my break in a minute here. So I am going to do that in a moment. take my break, and then we will come back and finish everything. So yeah, so I'm gonna try to do that. The scented postcards. That's a good marketing idea too, Phil. I like that. So I just kind of want to soften this just a little bit in a few places. And like I said, I don't want to do too much. I don't want to do too much. I don't want to get lost in this. What did that say? You got some beads recently packaged and you that you liked and you thought it was so cute. Some people's packaging is kind of amazing, right? But folks might actually eat them, or at least try. Theirs was a bit more aggressive though. Okay, you would, Phil, huh? All right, a little bit more, right? After I do this, we'll say that. After I do this, I will take my break. And then we will come back and still try to finish these other 3 or 4 paintings that we have to finish. And I might just hang out here a little bit longer than I normally would, just a little bit, because I really kind of want to finish them. I really want to finish them. If I finish them, like I said, then I get to move on to other things. And so we'll just have to see. But I really do want to finish them. I don't want to keep dragging this out. That's a little aggressive, Cupid. You're right. It's really warm in the UK right now. I could murder an ice cream right now. Is that right, Phil? Thank you very much. I appreciate the kind words. Looking at these masterpieces, that's very nice. Thank you. To be fair, they do look edible. Is that right, Cupid? That's funny. Yeah, I get a kick out of it. There's some people, again, with like really, really cute packaging and marketing ideas. And I think that that's always very fun to see what people do. So I'm just going to do a little bit more over here. Again, I don't want to beat the painting to death. And I do need to, again, come down. I'm not going to go quite as bright of a highlight as they had on the well, as I had on this original cone when I photographed it, because that was kind of like an just like a baking air in the cone, and I don't really want to represent that. But I do need to have just a little bit of a stronger highlight down this middle part here. Jelly beads, based here in Atlanta. They have great marketing. That's cute. I will have to keep that company in mind. That's cute. Okay. Let's see here. Do I want to do any more? I think I do still need a little bit more. I also feel like this is just a little heavy-handed in here, and so I'm kind of thinking maybe I should take a little bit of this and just put it over that pretty thin out. So it's not going to dry this dark. It's got the medium in it, and so that makes it a little bit brighter. But So I think that we'll just try that for now. I might still have to come back here. That stinks. I might still have to come back here because I'm just not quite happy with this part of the cone yet, but you know, I'm just gonna do the best I can today. So, what'd you say the other day, QP? You were working on something and you said you gotta walk away. So I might have to just walk away, take a break, and come back to this after my break. Because I just feel like this part of my cone is still lacking and I don't love it. And I could let it go, but man, that's just not in me. Just not in it's just not in my artist heart to just let it go. So what did it say? Is the master with his team of geniuses. Who is amazing Miyazaki? Should I know who that is? Now that looks a little bit better there, I will say. A little bit better than it was. I still might need to walk away. Oh, Cupie knows. Oh, okay. So I'm just gonna, well, I think I might have to just walk away. I might have to just walk away. Some of this is really lovely and I don't want to just, you know, like let it go. Because again, I have high standards, right? I want every piece that leaves this studio needs to be at the same high standard. And if I feel like it's a little bit rushed or whatever, for whatever reason, then I need to go back and fix it. Yes, I figured that out, QP. All right. This does look a lot better, but I still might need a fresh perspective. I'm going to just briefly turn this on its side. And check this again. So I need to do this little highlight part down here. And right in there. A little bit right there. All right, y'all. I think I'm gonna walk away for just like 10 minutes, okay? So, have you ever felt burnt out and too apathetic to do art? Are you asking me, Janica? Yes. Occasionally, yes. But I try to, like I said, always have multiple projects going so that if I'm feeling like too burned out to do something, or I can't quite see it, that I have something simpler that I can work on, like starting a new project or whatever. Sometimes that's a little bit easier. Taking photographs, doing a new setup, something like that. That's, you know, even something that's just like computer work from my website or something. I have something else that I can work on so that I'm still being productive rather than just stopping completely. But yes, occasionally I am too tired or, you know, too whatever for my work. And no, I'm going to take my break now. So thank you very much, Janica. I appreciate you popping back in. And so, yeah, so if everybody can hang on, you know, if you have to go, I totally understand. But I'll be back in like 10 minutes and I'll come back and we'll try to look at this with a fresh perspective, see if I can finish up this little bit of the cone that I'm unhappy with. And then we'll also see if we can finish up at least a couple of these other little frosting swoops that I wanted to finish. And we'll get pretty close. So I think that we're good. So this was weird. Apologies. I just came back to say, hey, break time. No worries. No worries, Janica. Anyway, thank you so much. And y'all just chat amongst yourselves. And again, if you have to go, I totally understand. Appreciate everybody who showed up today. And I will, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, everybody, I'm back. Thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate everybody who's hung around and is sitting on the edge of their seats to see how much of this I can get done today. So again, thank you so much for everybody who's stuck around for this. So, okay, so I just said I was going to come back with a fresh perspective for this, and I have. So I think that what I need to do is essentially, I was starting to get a little bit woozy there. Needed to just get up and walk around and come back at it with a new set of eyes. And I think what I need to do is essentially go in the same way that I do on a lot of my paintings and just put another layer on these, because I feel like they're a little heavy-handed in here. So I might need to turn this. We're going to say this way to start, and we'll actually figure out if that is correct or not. But I think that they kind of ended up being a little blockier than I really want them to be in here. And they also have this kind of weird, heavy shape in a few places. And so we're just going to try again over that area. So I'm going to take some of my brighter color, which is my brighter red here. Let's take that away here. Give myself enough working room. We'll just get rid of that. So we're going to take my brighter red, and we're going to take my brighter blue and my brighter yellow. I don't want this to be a super light color or a super bright color. I don't like nuts, so your mom would rest on top of your drum. She would rest the tops of your, like she'd take them off. Is that right? Did you at least have any chocolate mound? That's funny. That's funny that you just like took them off. You'd eat the tops? She would just eat them? That's really funny. Did you get any of the chocolate, or you just wanted the ice cream? I have to say, I'm not much of a fan of nuts either in particular, like on their own. I don't mind them in ice cream. They're not terrible. I've had worse. I don't mind a drumstick on occasion, I don't eat much ice cream, even though I paint it, I always say, but that's really funny. All right, so let's just see if I can get this right. I don't want it to be super bright, so we're gonna dull it down with a little bit more blue. And I am gonna put just a tiny bit of white in this, just for some substance. Just the ice cream your mom really wanted. You really wanted the cone. You just wanted the cone. Why not just buy cones? Like regular ice cream cones. I'm just curious, as opposed to the drumsticks. Like, why? Because drumsticks are, they're a little more costly, aren't they? Or was that just an excuse so your mom could eat the tops, the soggy cone? All right, so I'm just gonna go in and there we go. So, okay, so what I've done is create a color that can essentially repair some of these areas and kind of soften the transition in here, give this a little bit more of a more realistic reflection of light, I guess. You're weird. Well, to each his own, right, Mound? That's okay. It's not weird, it's just unique. That's what we use. We use the word unique. I often will do things and I'll be like, yeah, because I'm kind of weird. But the truth is that we're all just unique. That's the joy of life, right? That we're all just unique. So if you want a soggy cone, then you dang well can eat a soggy cone. That's okay. So I'm just kind of stippling this almost. I don't want to use like actual brush strokes. What I want to do is just kind of make some marks. What I want to do is just kind of make some marks over these darker areas and kind of disperse them a little bit so that the darker parts still peek through. And so this really did require me taking a break and getting something where I didn't feel quite as woozy. and coming back at it with a fresh perspective. So sometimes that takes me, I've said before, sometimes that takes me days, sometimes it takes me weeks, and I have had pieces that on rare occasion take me years. And so if you feel stuck, that is a good way. I don't know what I just did there, but it is a good way to come back at something with a new perspective. So I said, there was a strawberry cone. You can find that on my website because I do have prints of it. It was just a 12 by 16 strawberry cone. I started it several years ago, and I just didn't think that I just couldn't do it. I didn't have the skill set. So I set it aside in the corner of the room, and I came back to it just last year. So there was like several years in between. And I thought, okay, now at the point that I'm at, I have the skills that I could do it. And I've mentioned this before, it wasn't just the skills that I acquired with my painting, it was also the skills that I acquired with my photo editing. And so I went back to my original reference photo because I photograph all my own references. I took it back into Photoshop and I reworked it. I actually changed my drawing a little bit on my painting and made it feel more balanced, and then I was able to go in and paint it. So it was one of my favorites in the end. That's a good approach. I have a piece stuck for several months now. It's mainly because it's fabric. I don't know how to do fabric. So you're painting a picture of fabric, is that right, Danica? Draw and color an actual accurate representation of fabric, not on fabric. Interesting. And Mound, the crunch bar. What do you mean, the crunch bar? But yes, there is Janica, another artist. I do not remember this person's name though, but I've seen this person on Instagram before who does paint like fabric. Like that's all she paints. Usually like very intricate quilts and kind of woven fabric, I think, some curtains, things like that. It is definitely a very ambitious thing to be able to do. So I totally understand. No, not the strawberry crunch bar. Sorry, Mound. That was another one though. That was another one. So I appreciate you bringing that up because that was one that I abandoned for a year. and I did come back to that one too. So no, the other one was just a strawberry, just 3 scoops of strawberry. I think it's called strawberry scoops. But yes, the strawberry crunch bar, you're absolutely right. Thank you for the reminder. That was also one where I started it and I let it sit for a year. And before I felt like I could come back to it. And if you go look at that strawberry crunch bar, it was a big piece. I want to say it was, like 24 inches or 28 inches tall. But all of those little marks I individually painted, and they are correct and accurate to the original reference photo. And that is insane, but I did it. So it's a portrait of a girl. She had a cloth covering part of her face. Oh, okay. Did the eyes and the skin. I'm happy with that part. The fabric has you paralyzed in fear of messing up the whole thing. Yes. I screw the strawberry scoops makes you anxious. Thanks very much, Mount. It makes you anxious? Why does it make the strawberry scoops makes you anxious? I hope not. But yeah, so those pieces were the ones that took the longest, and then the third one on that list would be the giant fudge ripple one, the one that's 5 feet tall, because that one took me 2 years. So again, it was working on it, and that, like, when I started that one, I started I made very little progress, and then I was like, this is too big. This is too big. And the scoops looked like they were about to fall. Yeah, I think that they did. That's always a tricky thing in the ice cream mound, is making sure that it's not gonna, that it doesn't look, sometimes I want it to look like it's gonna fall, to look like it's kind of in motion, but I don't want it to be, in a uncomfortable kind of way. But yeah, the strawberry scoops, that was definitely one. I think what I did, I think I trimmed back some of the right side, if I remember correctly, to try to bring it back into balance a little bit. But yeah, it ended up being one of my favorite pieces. And then, like I said, that beast of the 5-foot tall fudge ripple, I did very little on it because I had never painted anything that big before. 4 feet, or 50 inches. I think that was the tallest that I'd done at that point. 50 inches or 52 inches. So to go up to 60 inches, that doesn't sound like a big deal, but man, for me as a painter, using this tiny little brush, that was like, it was just crazy. That was insane. So, so you can find some videos of me painting that one on my TikTok or my Instagram, I think. Just a couple little videos. I didn't even record myself much when I was painting it, because I really didn't start recording clips of myself until like a year and a half, 2 years ago. I had very few clips before that. And so when I did that painting, I wasn't really recording much at the time. And, but yeah, when I started it, it was just so big. I think I got, like 1 layer of paint down on 2/3 of the piece, and I was like, I can't do it. And I set it aside. And the panel was so heavy that I couldn't like tote it around anywhere, so I just left it like against a wall in a room, and I would periodically walk by it and then be like, okay, maybe I can do a little bit more. And eventually, I still got to a major stopping point, and then I was finally able to come back last year and finish it. But it was a matter of, all those things were a matter of like building up my skill set. Like 1 year I couldn't do it, the next year I was better, or 2 years later I was better, or 4 years later I was better, whatever the case was. So you want things to happen instantly. We all do, right? We all want our skill sets to improve instantly, but they just don't. So the sorbet looks difficult. Sorry, you're looking at the prints. Is it which sorbet? Was it is it the raspberry one? Oh yeah, of course, Janica. Well, I am quite sure that you will be able to tackle that. But yes, it might not happen today. You might just have to give yourself a break from an instant gratification. Yeah, we all want instant gratification for things. There's a lot of things that like I said, I'm at a point now where my skill set's way better than it was. But there's still things where I'm like, I don't know exactly, how I tackle them. But then, like on Saturday or Friday and Saturday, I had never painted a little toasted marshmallow before. I think these ones turned out pretty convincing. And so yeah, I was really proud to be able to come and do that in four-ish hours. And I didn't know. So sometimes you don't know until you try. And yes, the raspberry one. So the raspberry one was tricky because it had all those little icy things on it. So that was actually, I think, the first time, Mound, that I really went in and tried to paint something to truly have like a frosty / ice feel. But I really like the raspberry one. I think it turned out really well. So I appreciate you pointing that one out. Since the day finishes in 45 minutes, I'm sure it won't happen today. What I might do is organize the desk so you have a clear space to work on. Yeah, it's okay to give your mind a break, Janica, rather than push through. And like I said, even when I just stepped out here, just for a little bit, now I was able to come back and kind of see what I was missing. And so I think I can fix it in a way that I will be happy with. So, or at least get pretty close. But yes, it took just a break. It took just a break. And like I said, for anybody who feels that way, that you're working on something and you just can't get it right. and I want you to think about me. Now it took me, I think, 4 years to come back to the strawberry cone, 1 year to come back to the strawberry crunch bar, 2 years to finish the giant fudge ripple. Like, it just doesn't always happen right away. We're normal human beings. It takes us a while to get to a place um, where we have a certain skill set to be able to do that. Yeah, that's the one. And even having that condensation on the chocolate is awe-inspiring. Oh, thanks very much, Mound. I really appreciate that. I keep trying. I keep trying new things, to try different ways to represent things, different ways to get things more convincing each time. But I really appreciate that. So thank you very much. But I do think that on this particular cone, I got a little bit lazy. And I don't even think it was laziness. I think what ended up happening as I was working on those other two little ones that go in this sequence all at once, I know I let this one go until the end. And I think that I just, I know I said I was going to come back and finish it, but I was probably just tired at the end of the day when I was doing these and didn't realize quite how much was still in need in this particular one. But that's okay, because we're fixing it now and it will be okay. And again, I'm not, for anybody who's unfamiliar with my weird painting methods, I am kind of stippling this layer over the others because what I want is to be able to see all of those colors through there. And I find that that's much more convincing for me painting food and textures, like this ice cream cone, than if I was to try to go in and approximate a blended shape. And so I like this method. It works for a lot of different reasons, works in a lot of different ways. So I use different brushes for this, but since this is such a tiny space, I really can't use anything larger than this one to be able to do this. So I just am carefully, trying to carefully dot this in a few discretionary places. And then try to go in and, just make, like there's a mark right there. I really kind of want to cover that up. Just make this, really, like just in a few minutes, and again, taking a break, but in a few minutes it did come back. And you don't think it's a weird painting method? Different textures require different techniques. I think you have a very skilled hand and eye. I really appreciate that, Janica. I really do, because maybe the weird probably isn't the right term. I do appreciate that. Yes, I think different textures need different methods. I guess it's because maybe I feel like it's weird because it was self-discovered. So, Pran, you're going to sleep. Bye-bye. I appreciate you popping in again, Pran. Thank you so much. So maybe it's because it was self-discovered as opposed to me seeing somebody else do it that makes me, bye-bye, Pran, that makes me feel like it's a little bit weird. But you're right. When I say it, maybe it's just unconventional because it's just, like this is the only way I know how to get this to work. It's the most effective way that I've found anyway for this to work. Excuse me. Just want to get a little bit down here. Excuse me. A little bit of a frog in my throat. So we'll just get a little bit down here. But anyway, just in a few minutes with just this little bit of paint, I think I've kind of fixed the problem on this. Thank you, Janica. I did drink a lot on my break, but I think I got just a little bit of something caught in my throat. So I'll be okay though. Thank you. I appreciate Janica and Cupie and whoever else always keeping an eye out for me and making sure I take care of myself. So you're streaking. You're on a 3-stream streak, Janica. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That means a lot to me. So I appreciate you popping in. And every time that you're in here, because it means a lot that you choose to spend your time with me. So thank you for that. Yeah, I think this ended up being a lot better now. Again, I don't want to do too much to the painting, but just a lot better. Looks a lot more filled with life than it did. So I'm just going to put a little bit more white in this. I'm going to try to do a little bit of highlight. I am actually going to put just a tiny bit of blue in there too, just a tiny bit. And I'm going to put a little bit of more highlight just down this middle part here, where the fold comes over on the cone. But I do think if you scroll back in the stream, like what, 45 minutes-ish, and see where this cone was before my break, or a little bit before my break especially, I do think this ended up being a lot better. So again, maybe that's hard to see on the stream itself. I don't know. But for me, it just looks, now it starts to look like dimensional, as opposed to before it just kind of looked like, okay, like it was all right. I like the good energy and the privilege of benefiting from your expertise. So thank you for streaming and letting me hang around. Of course, Janica, and I really appreciate that. I just ramble. So I'm glad if it's helpful. But I just like to, I'm happy to share. Like I said, I'm happy to share what I know just because, well, for a couple reasons. Because, it was hard for me to find information on certain things when I was working through my early years of painting, and I also think that there's just a lot of people. I'm very surprised to know how many people say to me now that they've had experiences where they felt so discouraged from various interactions that they had, that they just didn't want to make art anymore. And in fact, I got somebody, hi Killfeeds, so nice for you to pop in. How are you today? I got somebody who sent me a comment this morning again on my TikTok video that I posted the other day that was sharing what I had shared here on Twitch of the old work that I had done, and walked through that, experiences that I had had throughout the years of mixed experiences when I did my college years and not making art for a very long time. And they wrote to me this morning and said they had the same thing happen to them, and said that they didn't make art. They have not made art for the last 8 years because they had bad experiences from the people in their school. And I'm so disheartened to hear that's so prevalent, that there's so many people who have felt bullied out of either pursuing art at all or from, continuing with their art. And so I do hope, part of me, hopes that I can reach some of y'all and know that, you can always, be persistent like I was, and you just push to get better wherever you are, whatever it is you want to do skill-wise with your art, that you can always push yourself to get better. You're battling with appliance items today, but you think you're winning the war. Okay. I feel for you. I feel for you, Killfeeds. I'm sorry to hear that you're battling with appliance items today. But I'm glad that it's going, I guess, better than it could be. I don't know. I hope that when you say you're winning the war, that, that that's what that means. All right. So I'm going to take one last long look at this and just see. Let's do a little bit more there. Again, I want to try with this piece in particular I just don't want to overdo it, right? I want to be careful not to cross that point where it's overdone. And so um, I'd rather leave it a little underdone than overdone. So I'm just going to soften those up a little bit. You had to carry a fridge down out of your house and set down a set of stairs, like an actual fridge. Well, we're glad you're okay, because that sounds terrible. I had a similar experience, left school and invested in learning graphic tools and expressed yourself artistically that way. Didn't draw for almost a decade. During the pandemic, picked up a pencil and have been exploring since then. Yeah. And your refrigerator broke and you had to carry it down the steps. That's nuts. Yeah, I don't know, Janica. It's like that's like a decade. That's like what I did, right? Like over 10 years, not doing anything. And it wasn't even like, if I look back on it, it wasn't like I made some very like a big speech about it, right? It was just kind of like this feeling internally of feeling defeated. And I don't know how else to describe it. So I did, get an art job, like I said, just working in the theme parks and doing caricatures and stuff initially, and doing silhouettes. And so I did do some art right out of school, but then after that, it just didn't feel like, there wasn't anything that I learned that had pushed me in a direction where I even understood what I was supposed to do. So yeah, it was not all great. But hopefully, I hope that most of us can find our way back at some point in our lives, no matter what age we are or where we are in life, that we find our way back and just have to, like all of us, take the initiative to teach ourselves. And that's not to say that all art education is bad. I don't think that that's true. I think it just, whatever you want to pursue, that your school of choice, matters, and the way that they teach. So I can say with, some authority, for example, that, I got my master's degree from Savannah College of Art and Design. They are a good school. They have online programs or in-person programs, but they are a good school. And if you were I did not pursue painting. I just got arts administration. But if you were going to pursue painting, I know that they have a very good painting department. I know that they prepare you for the life of being an artist in a practical, traditional sense. And so I think that is really good. They have a variety of programs that prepare you in a more traditional sense. I think a lot of schools tend to try to kind of like, I don't even know how to clarify this exactly, but I think that when like the minimalist movement happened, that some of the schools shifted. I might be wrong about this. But I think that some of the art schools shifted into the mindset of trying to train like you to think more philosophically like an artist, and got rid of a lot of that realist base training that I think used to be there. And so that's kind of like the mix of experiences that at least I've observed. Again, I'm not the authority on this, but that's the mix of things that I've observed, that it's just became a little lackluster, again, unless you find that right school. So anyway, but the good news is that we have lots and lots of resources that we can learn from, including Twitch, YouTube, libraries, all kinds of stuff. So your niece got into one of the top art schools in Canada. It used to be known continentally for their animation program in the 80s and 90s. Now she says the focus is less traditional and more on digital, and she was traditional. Okay. Yeah, there's always a shift, right? In accordance with whatever, you know, whatever is happening in the larger world. But I think that I guess the point is that you just got to research it before you commit to anything and make sure that it's the right place for you. So anyway, I'm grateful for all the outside resources, and I think that. Wait, I take it back. I was going to announce that I was done with this, but I lied because I see one more spot I want to fix. I lied. Apologies. All right. Okay, now I'm done. Almost here. So, anyway, okay, so I think we substantially fixed this cone so that it looks a lot more beautiful, like a painting, and it has much more curvature. And so anyway, I am going to sign off on it again. So I'm going to go ahead and mix up a little bit of color just with my dark blue and my dark brown. And this is good because that means that we've essentially signed off on 4 of our 8 paintings for today. And so I'm pretty happy with that. I'm going to do a little bit more, even though this will go a little bit over my time. So I'm not probably going to get all 8 done. That was probably a little ambitious, but I am going to be substantially done with even those other 4. So we just do our little signature. All right, and I think that that's okay. That's a productive day. That's right, Flo, right? Maybe not. I always am a little ambitious. It's not quite as productive as I wanted it to be, but hey, pretty productive. Let's head back to this one because the only thing that's not done with this one essentially is the white background. And it did dry, and I did say that I needed a new water, which I brought with me after my break. So let's go ahead and just do another coat on the white background. I seem to be able to get away with 2 coats of white on some of these. And so sometimes I have to go up to 3 or 4. Depends on the panel, depends on how much junk is back there. But I think that this one maybe I can get away with just the 2 coats. So right now I have 2 coats of the paint around the details, like right up to the edge. This is my second coat of paint for this outside part. And again, I'm just going to try to pull the paint in a slightly different direction than I was using earlier. Only because I want to not have any big craters or valleys in my paint. And so I lean to the side a little bit to see how the light is reflecting on this. And that will tell me if I have any large bumps that I need to smooth out before they dry. So we'll go back in with a little bit of that. Again. Yeah, I mean, ideally, if I could get, geez, maybe this one and maybe one of these frosting swoops done, I think that might be okay. By the way, I don't know how people usually do acrylic painting, but doing post-production in Photoshop, I learned how to do it the same way you paint. Is that right? I didn't know that. Multiple iterations, different layers of close pigments to create the visual illusion of reality. I think that just made my day, Janica. Oh, thank you for that, because that makes me feel like maybe just this kind of self-discovery of how it works for me from kind of pulling from a lot of different sources is the right way to go. So I always, like I appreciate that, because I like to really think that my layers, like they're not, it isn't the same. It's not the same as looking at a regular painting. For me, it all looks a little bit translucent, and so it does have, like everything interacts with each other. So that's how I like it. So I appreciate that, Janica, very, very much. That reminds me, I keep meaning to buy those little cups you use and forgetting when I'm out. Yeah, they're just condiment cups. I think they sell them in packs of 50. And you can get them on Amazon, but I know in Canada, Plo, you've said that stuff on Amazon is often very overpriced and ridiculously expensive. So, but yes, they are very, very useful. Very, very useful. So again, I'm just going to lean to the side and make sure that I can get everything smoothed out so that I don't have any big clumps of anything. And I'm using, again, for anybody who didn't see earlier, this is a little bit different on my backgrounds. This is just a fluid acrylic from Golden Acrylics, and I do not mix anything into it. So no water and no medium, and that helps to give me a really nice, fairly even finish on things. And I do usually a few coats. I might be able to get away with 2 coats on this one. I like it to have a nice clean look. So we'll just have to see. We'll have to see at the end if I can get away with 2 coats or not. If it's coming from the US, it's overpriced. You can probably get it cheap from Canada yeah, maybe, because I mean, on Amazon, I want to say it's like just right around $5 for me, Plo, for like a pack of 50 of them. So it's pretty cheap. But they're so much easier than using, like, formal art supplies for holding your water or holding your paint. And like I said, if you put the little lid on them, they're really good for preserving your paint, especially if you do a mix. But even in this case, like I'm using this for the background. What I would do though, like I'm not doing it right now, I'm leaving the lid off. You can get 200 for 12 bucks. There you go. What I would do normally is I would scoop a little bit out at a time, and like if it was a color that I mixed and I was trying to save it, I would just scoop a little bit out at a time onto my palette directly, not onto my paper towel because it's fluid acrylics, but I would just scoop a little bit at a time out onto my palette and then put the lid back on, because I don't want it to dry out. Since it's just the white that I'm using for my background color, I don't worry about that too much. It's okay, it'll last. But if I'm doing something where I've mixed the color, especially like with the heavy body acrylics, it'll just dry out too fast. The water's almost pouring down your lap. Yeah. I can't say I've never dumped it before, Janica. So, yeah, it's, you know what? I had to boost my easel a little bit because I'm up on a higher chair than I started on. And so I've had to boost my easel a little bit. And so it kind of makes my positioning of this palette a little bit different than what I would have naturally done. So yes, everything is kind of leaning, and because I do have to balance it on the easel. But I'm sure at some point I will dump it. I'll dump it all over myself, I'm sure. But hopefully, it won't be that disastrous. I don't keep anything down on the ground underneath me because I don't want anything to get hit. And at least if I can, Dinos, who was one of our community members, he said he actually fell off his chair on one of his videos that he made. And so at least if I never get to that point, that will be positive for me. As long as I stay on the chair, that would be a good thing. They also have the ones in the same size with the lids that are metal and reusable. So you could do that, I think, Flo, for the water, I guess. Maybe even the medium. But there's a couple reasons why I wouldn't want those for anything else. One is because I'd have to scrape the paint out. And that would be a real pain, because like part of the reason that I like these is as long as we're keeping the bar high, right? If I don't fall off the chair, it's okay. I would have to scrape the paint out, and I really don't want to do that because I use these for convenience, right? And then the other reason is it would actually alter my perception of my colors. So I don't really want to do those like a metal one. Unless it's like a bright white metal, I guess maybe that would be okay. But I like these. I don't know. That's just my preference, my own preference. Yeah, I know. I had somebody ask me that years ago because I was showing a demonstration when I was teaching a few classes at my local Michael's store. And I know I showed them this method that I used. This was probably like 10 years ago. And I was just starting to paint like this. And I showed those cups and she's like, oh, are they recyclable? And I'm like, yeah, not really. So it's not the best for that purpose, but I still find that it is the most conducive to my process. I'm pretty environmentally friendly on everything else that I do. I try to be anyway. So I kind of forgive myself for this and let this be the one thing because it's so much easier for me to do it this way. But you're right, it ain't environmentally friendly. I used to actually, you can even see evidence of this, like on my palette. See, the reason my palette looks like, oh, I can't really see there. Like there, that color that's under there, part of that is spillage from over the years, but part of that is because I used to just actually put my paint directly on this plastic palette and then scrape it off. And so now I use the palette paper, and it just makes my life so much easier, so much more convenient, and makes me more efficient and productive. So I guess technically they would be recyclable. I think that the paint would prevent that. So I'd have to find some way to clean them out, Janica. And that's just pretty cumbersome. So I don't know the logistics of that though. You work pretty small, so you wouldn't overly be putting paint in them, more so medium and water. If I start working larger, then maybe the disposable. Yeah, so the only time, Plo, when I've said, the only time when I really use the disposable cups outside of this is if I use liquid acrylics, then I need something to put them in. Because they will dry out too fast if I just put a little glop on my palette. And then the other reason would be if I mix a color up and I try to, if I mix a color up and I want to save it, or I have a large area to cover, then I put them in there because they make for really convenient storage so that I can just put the little lid on the cup and then store it in a Ziploc bag, and then it will keep the paint wet for at least like a month for me. So, so yeah, that level of convenience is hard to beat. I don't know. I don't know. So, you know what? I guess I feel like I really am pretty environmentally friendly and aware for most things that I do in my life. Um, and I think that I can't be perfect everywhere. So I just try to do the best I can and try to make it manageable for myself. Someday maybe I'll figure out a better way to do it, but for right now, this seems to be the way that works best for me, so I got to stick with it. All right, so I'm just gonna take a peek. I think that's pretty good. I'm gonna let this dry. I might be able to get away with the two coats of white on that. And if I can, then I might be able to sign off on this when I come back to it afterwards here. So let's bring this one back up, because that gets us to 5 essentially. If we have that one done, that would get us to 5. So let's move on to number 6 and see. I get that when I try to paint with oil, I was very concerned with the diluent, how you would dispose of it. Read somewhere, just leave it out, it will evaporate, which is also going into the environment, but less aggressive than the drain. I thought, cool, the cup stayed out in your backyard for months. Yeah, right. The humidity in your area didn't really permit the whole thing to evaporate. It's not a long-term sustainable solution. So that's the other thing, Janica, and I'm glad you actually said that, because one thing that I don't do that is something that a lot of people I think who work in acrylics do is you wash your paintbrushes in the sink, right? But that's probably like the worst thing you can do for the environment. So what I actually do is I wash my paintbrushes off in my little cups, and then I let my little cups dry out naturally on the counter. And so I have a ton of little cups just sitting on the counter over there, and I let that evaporate into the air, and then I just throw away the cup. And I do wash my brushes after that in the sink, but there's essentially no paint left on them, so it's not going into the groundwater then. Not going into the drainage system. So in that way, you know, these kind of are a little bit better actually in that respect. So anyway, you do one thing and then it makes something else better, and you do another and it makes something else worse. But that's how I look at it. I'm not putting anything down my drain anymore if I use my water cups like this. So anyway, all right, so we need to scoot over to this. I'm gonna go ahead and close up my little white cup again. I'm gonna move this little water cup, which is the one that I was using for the white, off of my palette, just so I don't confuse. Yeah, like whack-a-mole, that's exactly right. So I need to go in and try to find this reference image, which I don't even know where this one is, but we're gonna try. Let me just see here. I think I did it somewhere in, there we go. All right, so let's just take a look. I think I wanted to go in with this and just do a few more little highlights that I didn't get to do when we were painting this originally, just a few. So I'm gonna take some medium. This is pretty good though. We're on to painting number 6 instead of, you know, out of the 8, which means we really just have these 2 little ones to go, which these ones I won't be able to finish today, I don't think, as ambitious as I am. But we definitely can finish this one, and we might be able to tackle part of these ones. So I'm pretty happy with that overall. So let's go in, and I just want to try to do some of the really bright highlights in here that I didn't get to do before. So let me go to a slightly smaller brush. I have my palette here, my medium here, and I think that what I need to do is mix my Greg does art. Hi, what's the plan with this one? We're going to work on some highlights for this one, Greg, so I appreciate you popping in. Thank you so much for the question and first time chat. Okay, so we're gonna do that. I appreciate that, Danica. So yeah, so we didn't quite finish this one before when we did it. So I'm hoping we can finish this one up within 20 minutes. That would be my hope. Maybe a little bit faster than that. But we'll see. We'll see. And then if we have a little bit of extra time, we'll move on to one of the other ones. So let's go ahead and mix up a color for my highlight here. And I need to remember what I actually did before. I think that I used this color, which on my palette is quinacridone magenta. And I think I said that right, but sometimes I mispronounce that. Quinacridone. That is a terrible word. So I think that if I go in with that, sometimes when I'm trying to do like a really bright highlight that's like pink, I might tinge it with a little bit of my Pyrrole red as well. But for this particular highlight, I think this on its own might be sufficient. So let's just do that and mix in a little bit of the medium with that. And again, these are just little frosting studies, right, that I photographed. You know, I make the little frosting, swoop it on with a little knife, and then, you know, see if we can replicate it. So these were like 4-hour studies. This one was, I did in conjunction with this one. So technically they were not 4-hour studies. They were both done within the 4 hours. So I'm going to give myself a little bit of time on this one just to finish it up. And see if I can get it looking a little bit more realistic. Glasses down on my nose because that helps me see, and I need to be a little more accurate with some of these markings. So let's just see how we can do this. So I'm going to come right in here and make a little bit of a mark there. We'll do a little bit of one here. I think that's a little bit thick, so I am going to take a little bit of medium on a separate brush and just wipe right back into that to try to thin that out a little bit. Rinse my brush off. Oops, rinse my brush off again. Put a little bit of medium on there and just remove some of that paint and try to fix that shape just a little bit. Okay. So what we're going to try to do is just do these little highlights and then see where we're at. See if I need to go in with any little bit of additional shadow color or any of the mid-tone colors. And, you know, we push them as far as we can go. But since they are studies and I try to get them done in 4 hours-ish, I don't want to push this one too much farther than what it is. So, but this one was per Carl's Jr.'s request, who requested pink. And so that is what we did that day. And so the other one we started on Saturday was our orange one, which did end up being a little bit like orangish red. That's my bad because I mixed my frosting color leaning a little bit on the red side, but I still like the color, and it's actually a nice precursor to the cookie piece that I want to do on Thursday. So again, if you just pop back in, I have decorated, or excuse me, I have baked a bunch of Halloween cookies, and I am going to decorate them. I finished my cookie decorating course, or most of it anyway, yesterday. I'm going to decorate them tonight and tomorrow, and then on Thursday we're going to come back and try to paint a pile of Halloween cookies. So a pile meaning like a fairly large canvas. We'll see how big. Not canvas, panel, and go from edge to edge, edge to edge. So there won't be any white space in that, and they have a nice graphic quality when I paint my pile pieces. So we're going to give that a shot and just see how it goes. Back in here a little bit. And again, I think I'm a little bit too wide, so I just want to trim back into that just a tiny bit. These are really good exercises though, by the way, for training your eye, because there is no real object that you're trying to paint, right? Just a swoop of frosting. So it's just a big abstract looking blob. And so in that way, it's really good for not trying to create an object. You're purely looking at abstract shapes. You're purely looking at abstract relationships of color. And so, Greg, the realism is ridiculous. I found you when we raided from Walt. Oh, what you made. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, that's very, very kind. Walt is great, Waltering. And if anybody doesn't follow him, can we give a shout out to Waltering? Can somebody do that for me? Because he is a great artist as well, and so we really enjoy popping over to his stream as well. And so anyway, but thank you very much, Greg. That means a lot to me. I really appreciate it. So yeah, so we're gonna go just try to, I don't know, bump this up just a little bit. Thank you so much for doing the shout out. I appreciate that, whoever just did that. So thank you. Walt is trouble. Flo says Walt's trouble. You're funny, Flo. Anyway, I'm just so glad to know what a wonderful, supportive community of artists there are here on Twitch. That means a lot to know that there's so many kind people out there, and that we're all just kind of trying to support each other and lift each other up. So I love building this community of all of these people who, love making art, love watching art be made, whatever it is. So thank you very much to all of you. So again, I'm just going to come in and just try to do just a little bit. I don't want to, again, push this too far. Just enough. But these are good studies for me, because when I do my frosting paintings, my frosting and cookie paintings, it is very, very challenging. Very, very challenging to do all of those, kind of weird abstract shapes, very vibrant colors. And so I think doing these little swoops, which these are very tiny, these are only 4 inches by 4 inches, but I think doing these little swoops really helps me to just, develop my skills a little bit better. Because the more efficient and more accurate I can do these things, then the more efficient and accurate my other pieces will be as well. And so even, doing like the pile paintings of the Halloween cookies that I want to start on Thursday. I mean, that's frosting. It might not be swoopy frosting like these, but it is going to be an interaction of a lot of weird abstract shapes and very bright colors. So your kitty cat is here and is wondering if you do tuna too. I haven't done tuna yet. So that's very sweet though, Janica. Very sweet. I love kitty cats. So again, I just want to, try to get this just a little bit more convincing. And again, because it's a study, I'm not going to dedicate too much more time to it. But just enough, I think. And I can see over here, I unfortunately screwed something up. I'm not too big to admit it. Can't wait to see the cookies. I'm glad, Plo. I appreciate that. And for anybody who doesn't know, Plo is also a really great artist, and she just did a cookie piece, which you said is on your Instagram, right, Plo? So you're welcome to share your link to your cookie painting on your Instagram, and also you should go follow Plo on Twitch, because she is a great streamer as well. So I can see, and the thing I was saying I screwed up is right here. So what I'm going to have to do is essentially come back with a little bit of an outline that I didn't think that I needed, but I do. Right there, just this little arm here, it's kind of gotten lost. So yeah, so I'm going to have to come back to that. So, oh good, and a shout out to Flo. Thank you very much. This might be my husband. I'm not sure who's doing that. Anyway, it might be my husband giving the shout out to Flo because he is watching from the other room. But yes, thank you. All right, so I just want to bump over here. Before I fix that, I'm just going to bump over here and just fix a couple little things. I know this needed to be fixed here. And right in here. But yeah, these are really good exercises. Anything that's like a completely, you know, abstracted, unconventional form is a really good exercise to try to learn realism. And so I like this as an exercise for myself. I'm going to come back in here actually and do a little bit right here. There we go. And this one has kind of a weird limited color palette, right? Because these shadows are not dark at all. They're essentially really red, pinkish reflections of color. And so I thought that was a really interesting, you know, effect too. And that is something that I learned in the last, you know, year or two when I started painting my other cookie pieces is, you know, that shadows are quite often unconventional, not what you would think that they would be. Oops. So let's bring this back up. Let's just see here. I'm going to thin this out just a little bit and just come right down here. So it's still a reflection, but it's not quite as distinct. And I need to mix up this outside color that I mentioned. It's kind of my line color. And I'm going to do that with, I'm actually going to do that, I think, with, I don't remember exactly what I used for my color mix, but I believe it was probably my cadmium red with my quinacridone magenta. And so, yeah, of course, Flo. And so I'm just going to come over here and we'll just see if that was correct. Yeah. And that's just based on me remembering not what I did specifically in this painting, but what I typically do to try to get like a darker color in this family. And so I remember that those are my colors that I mix. And that is one reason why I, you know, say I use this really limited palette, right? Like this is the most extreme. This is my entire color palette. I've actually never had this on the stream, I don't think, before. This is every color that I use. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I take that back. I have one more color that I use, which is a variation of this phthalo blue. So at the most, I would only use 10 colors. Those are the only colors that I will ever use. No black on my palette. I mix my blacks from brown and blue. And so yeah, so those are the only colors that I use. And that helps to keep my paintings look very cohesive. And it makes my color mixing just a lot more user-friendly. So yeah, I learned that. I've said in here before, if you haven't been in here before, but from an artist named Mel Leipzig. So if you don't know who Mel Leipzig was, he passed away, I think last year or the year before, I think last year. But he was a wonderful, wonderful artist. And I learned that when I interviewed him years ago when I worked at the art magazine. And so he was an acrylic painter and he used a very, very limited palette. And I had never heard of anybody using a palette quite as limited as Mel. So at the time. And so, so that was really useful for me to learn from him. So let's go in here. I think that this needs a little bit of a heavier shadow right here. So again, this is my quinacridone magenta mixed with a little bit of my cadmium red. And again, turning this on its side, and I've turned my reference photo on its side too. I realize that's not in the shot very well, but I've turned everything on its side so that I can try to see things in a new light with a new perspective. And that was a nice little shadow there. It needs a little bit of tweaking, but it did actually really help to give that get that little shadow in there. I'm also going to turn this upside down as a double check because I do feel like I'm getting pretty close on this one now. And I really would like to keep the momentum going so that I can finish this one definitely shortly here, the next 10 minutes or so. I hope, maybe sooner. And so let's just keep up the efficiency, right? And just come in and fix some of these shadows just a little bit. And again, this is my quinacridone magenta mixed with my cadmium red. The highlight color was only the quinacridone magenta mixed with just white. And there is a tiny bit of white in my shadow color here too. And the middle tone was the quinacridone magenta mixed with pyrrole red. So it's a little bit different. You had to go be a troll. Okay, no worries, Flo. I appreciate it. Who were you a troll to? And so I'm just going to come in here, just refine this just a little bit more. Let's flip it upside down. And come right in here again. And come right down in here. Cupie just picked up my smoked pork, my bestie's husband made. How about that? That sounds good. You and Flo, you're having like fancy dinners tonight. Flo ordered buttered chicken from an Indian restaurant. Cupie's getting smoked pork. Those are fancy dinners. A fellow streamer who has a no controversial topic rule on stream, so I come in with controversial food topics. Okay. Cold breakfast pizza better than hot pizza. What was your verdict on that, Flo? I haven't had pizza. Well, I just haven't had pizza in a really long time. So I definitely haven't had cold pizza in a long time. But I used to dig cold pizza for breakfast. I used to eat it a lot, actually. Come in here and not put like a real heavy shadow. I just kind of feel like, oops, that was a little too heavy. I just need to basically create this little mark here. I'm not quite getting it yet. I like having these little stray frosting marks. Cold breakfast pizza is the best. I think that I would agree with that, Flo. I think that I would agree with that. I don't remember actually ever heating up pizza that I ate for breakfast. I always had it cold. My husband, I think, thinks pizza that's cold is gross though. So we're on different wavelengths for that. Not for most things, but for that. I just need to clean up this little stray mark again that I made there. All right, let's take a look. I feel like I need a little bit more highlight. Yesterday's hot topic was boneless wings, just glorified chicken nuggets. Kippy agrees. How about that? Are you agreeing to the breakfast pizza, Kippy? Or are you agreeing to the boneless nuggets? That's pretty funny. All right, yeah, I feel like I need to come in with just a little bit of a stronger highlight in a few little areas. So let's come right in here. And right here. Do you ever sometimes in like Photoshop when I'm working on something, I will literally be like, oh, that looks much better. And then I'll realize I totally wasn't doing a darn thing to it because I didn't have something enabled. And occasionally I realize I do that with my paintings. Not very often, but just there I did, where I was like, oh, that looks better. And I literally had no paint on there that was touching it. So total misperception on my part. But we have fixed it, I think. I think. So I just want to do a few little places. And I feel like this is going to be something where I might be able to call this done, but I can honestly say that I'm going to have to sit it out in a room where I can walk by it and just make absolutely sure that it looks okay. Again, just a study. I don't want to drive myself insane with it, but I also don't want to let it slide if I feel like it's not quite. Sometimes it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much, like a few little marks, but it just might take me a few hours to figure it out. So I just may have to do that. See, like right here, there's actually some little marks in here, and I don't have them. I don't actually have them at all. So I need to come back in here because sometimes when you work on something, you don't notice things right away. See, now that, okay, so that's an example, right? Of something that I did that was really small. If y'all blinked, you probably missed it and you might not notice that much of a difference. But this little shape right here wasn't right. My highlights were not right. And then going in there and fixing that just a little bit, suddenly it makes it look a little bit more dimensional to me. And that is the goal, right? So But yeah, I mean, I think all painting, at least all my painting, is really just a bunch of, not all painting, all my painting is a bunch of abstract shapes. All my realism is just a bunch of abstract shapes. If I can learn to be objective enough to paint the abstract shapes, then my paintings will, you know, come together increasingly so to represent some form of realism. And that is why, you know, again, I don't go into my ice cream paintings thinking I'm going to paint ice cream. I go into them thinking I'm painting a bunch of abstract shapes that I hope look like ice cream. And so for this, you know, again, this is really good for training my eye to see if I can truly and accurately represent a bunch of very abstract shapes. I was gonna say, what were you gonna say? But didn't want to sound overbearing. What were you gonna say, Janica? I missed it. I was gonna say, oh no, I read the same statement. Sorry. Come in here. I say this as a study. If I was truly going into something with lots and lots of details, I would probably spend a little bit more time on the transitions. I was joking when you were talking about the stroke you did. Some of us might have missed it if we blinked. Oh, okay. You saw it. I know you did. I know you did. All right, I'm gonna just come in here and just do a tiny bit more. This is kind of a little bit of light reflecting in this middle part here. I'm gonna just turn it on its side. See how we do. Let's do a little bit more detail up here. A little bit more right here. A little bit more over here. And a little bit more right there. All right, let's take stock, right? Take stock, see where we are. Let's turn it the other way because I'm a little obsessive. I'm gonna come right in here and do just a little bit. That was a little heavy-handed. A little heavy-handed. So let's just see if we can disperse that just a little bit. come in with just a tiny bit of shadow right here. A little bit more right there. Flip it around again. All right, I think I'm gonna have to call it on that one and just say that I'm gonna come back to it. Just leave it on my easel in the other room, because I said I have an easel in there where I paint also in my living room. And so I think I'll just set it on there, and then I'll walk back and forth during dinner and see if there's anything that I need to tweak on that to make it look a little bit more convincing. Maybe even tweak my shadow just a tiny bit on it, but you know, pretty good for an exercise. So, you know, what you gonna do? So I think that I am probably gonna call it here. I did not get to these two, so that stinks, but we did finish 6. So, and these two I can try to again finish maybe tomorrow. We'll have to see. But let's just take stock of all the 6 that we finished, right? We think this one's mostly done. We think this one's done, right? Thank you very much. This is Pew. I really appreciate that. This one's pretty much done. I'm going to double check and make sure that if I need to put another coat of white on the back. So that will be done. All of these little studies, the frosting studies and the marshmallows, these will all go up on my website, hopefully tomorrow. At least maybe not those 2 because I didn't finish those yet, but the other ones will. And then these 3, I will be sending to my gallery probably. So, so these 3 here, those 2, and this one, which we spent a little bit of time on this one, and I think it looks a lot better today. So even without being finished, it looks amazing. Thank you so much, Danica. I really appreciate it. So for everybody who popped in today, whether you spent a little bit of time with me or a lot, I really appreciate it very much. Thank you again, Mrs. Pugh. That was very kind. So, so I appreciate it very much. I will be back on Thursday. I am going to go and decorate cookies again, hopefully this evening and tomorrow, and we're going to paint some Halloween cookies. A big pile of them is what I'm hoping to do on Thursday. My plans can always change, but that's what I'm hoping to do on Thursday if all goes well. So thank you again to everybody for your patience, for hanging out with me while I, you know, did the tweaky stuff on all of those pieces. And oh, thank you so much. This is Pew. Yeah, I have 4 dozen cookies on my table that I have all the decorations. Thank you so much, Cupie. Yes, I will see you on Thursday. 4 dozen cookies. I'm going to try to decorate them. I took a professional cookie decorating class yesterday, and it was good. So, so we're going to try to decorate them and see how we do for Thursday. So again, we'll try to raid somebody tonight. I appreciate it again so much to everybody who's been here, and I will see you soon. Okay. Thank you so much all. Bye-bye. Thank you, Janica.